And Prabhu, for our first session for the second day of the event, Ganesh sir is a professor of strategy at IIMB. He comes from one of the most prestigious institute of India, IIM Ahmedabad, and has also completed his PhD from there. He won the Best Young Teacher Award and Best Research Award from the Association of Indian Management Schools. Sir has experience of over 26 years in teaching across various programs. He has conducted several senior management team visioning workshops and has India Design Council. While at IMB, he has consulted on major turnaround projects, and before this doctoral studies, he was an executive assistant to the managing director of Punjab Milk Federation for a year on a major turnaround project. Sir would be delivering the talk on design fiction today. And with this, I may request him to take charge and steer us through the nitty gritty of design fiction. Over to you, sir. Thank you for accepting our offer.
Hello. As you can see, the topic is about design fiction. What I'll be doing is to take you through this, what is meant by design fiction and how it's relevant for design thinking. I suppose you would have covered design thinking in some way or the other in yesterday's session, but I would
Yes, sir.
also do a small brief on design thinking, especially some of the latest thinking about design thinking, which is available in the literature. So I'll start with that, and then we will go into design fiction. Um, so let me start with this basic idea, which is what is meant by good design or best design. Okay, this is something that has been put together by in a master's thesis, and I believe this is a pretty good representation of all the thinking about design thinking which has been happening over the years. So, what is best design, or when do we say that some product or service has the best design? It is when you have a accumulation of these these three areas. So one is, you can see one circle represents what is desirable, and that is from the individual's point of view or the human aspect of it, what is desirable. Then the second part of it is what is feasible from a technological point of view. Is this possible to do it? Is it feasible to create this product or service? And the third part of it is the business side, which is to look at, is it viable? So can you make a product or service which is actually viable in the sense that it can be profitable to offer it, and in the long run it will remain profitable. Okay, so sometimes businesses may be unprofitable initially, but in the long run they are likely to be profitable. So we are looking at viability in a reasonably longer term, but it need not be immediate viability. Okay, so when we try to overlap all these three, we get what is shown in the center as best design. But before we get to that, what you can see on the periphery of this best design, which is written in the center, is this overlap between feasibility and desirability. So if you have something which is both feasible technologically as well as desirable from an individual's point of view, then the product or service is usable in the sense that people want to use it, they may find it worthwhile to use it, and they can actually use the product. If you look at the overlap between feasibility and viability, then that's the area of being possible. Possible in the sense that a company would find it worthwhile to create this product or service because it is viable. It is something that will make business sense to do, plus it is technologically feasible, right? So it comes into the arena of possible. Now, if a product or service is not feasible, then it is not possible to make it, okay, because technologically it's not possible to make it. But then, even if it's technologically possible, but the businesses find it not worthwhile to do it because it's not viable, then also they may decide to not do it. Okay, so when these two combine, the viability and feasibility combine, you have this arena of possibility, and then you have the combination of what is desirable and what is viable, and that comes into the area of valuable, in the sense that if it is desirable by the user and it is viable for a business to make it, then it becomes a valuable product, and valuable in the sense that the customer may be willing to pay a reasonable price for the product or service. They don't see it as something that they are not willing to pay for. They are willing to pay for it, and it is something that is viable for the business to run. Now, if you have a combination of all the three, then you have what is called best design. So the best design would be something that is usable, possible, and valuable all at the same time, because it is feasible, desirable, and viable. So obviously, given that there is so much of overlap that is required, it is not easy to come up with a product that is so-called best design. So most products which are in the market are, you can say, not reaching this ideal of best design. They would be products which are maybe usable, but not necessarily valuable, not necessarily very viable, or they may be possible, but they are not very desirable. So people may not have very strong affinity for that product, or it may be a viable product, but not necessarily. So these overlaps are hard to achieve, but once you achieve it, you have the best design, and that best design would then be something that is desirable by customers. It is, or users, is feasible technologically to produce, market. It is not something that's very difficult and very expensive to create, and it's also something that businesses find worthwhile to make because it is making business sense, right? So this is what we are trying to achieve, and design thinking is one route to achieve it. It's not necessarily the only route to achieve it, but design thinking becomes relevant when there is a very strong user interface involved. So for example, if you are designing, let's say, a satellite which is going to be put into outer space, where the user interaction is only in the interaction between the person who's controlling the satellite from Earth, and that is where the user interaction is happening. So there is a screen which is used by the controller to control the satellite, which is in outer space. Now, if that user interface has to be obviously designed in a way that makes it very easy and efficient to control the satellite. But most of the things which are inside the satellite, and the way it is launched, the way it is presented, way it is uh, way it is positioned in the space, all that is actually, it does not require too much of user interaction, and therefore you can design it purely from a technological perspective. So a lot of products are like that, where you can design the entire product from a technologically superior perspective, in the sense you can design a perfectly technologically good product. Okay, but if there is a user interface involved, then the whole thing becomes more tricky. Okay, so what may be a technologically superior product may not be something that is easy to use, for example, or nor maybe it's something that is viable from a business point of view. And these two considerations can render the so-called best uh, technologically perfect product to be not so good from a business point of view or from a human interface point of view. So when these two factors come into the picture, you have to come up with a design which is not necessarily the best technologically, but is a good match between these three requirements. And that is where design thinking becomes more relevant. So just to recap, if you are dealing with a purely technological product where user interface is not required and budget may not be an issue, for example, in the space program, how much you spend on a satellite is important, but not necessarily a major constraint. There is always possibility of spending more to make a better product, and budgets can be stretched to do that. So, in given such a scenario, it may be possible to come up with the best technical product based on the best technological knowledge that is available, and the product may be the best product from that point of view. But then there is no requirement for you to deal with the human interface or deal with the viability of that product in the market and so on. But when these two come into the picture, then design thinking becomes more relevant. So how does design thinking become more relevant is shown in the design thinking framework. Now, you might have seen the IDEO's sort of loop-like framework, which is available in a lot of papers and books and so on. This is a slightly different picturization of the same framework, but this is something which I have found is much more interesting and probably much more suitable from a non-designer's point of view. So the IDEO's framework, what I have observed is that it makes a lot of sense for people who are coming from the design field. But when you talk to people who are not from the design field, that framework is not something that is more easily understood by them. But this framework, which is an alternate way of depicting the design thinking process, is a much better framework. So what you see in this framework, which is prepared by the Design Council of UK, is that there are basically two phases you can see out here. The first phase ends in the middle, which is covering two distinct activities. And then the second phase starts from the middle and goes to the end, covering two distinct activities. So the four distinct activities are shown at the bottom of the screen, and the four activities are discover, define, then develop, and then deliver. And since all of them are starting with D, this is also referred to as the 4D framework. So 4D stands for discover, define, develop, and deliver. So the first part is starting with a question, vision, or statement of intent. So it may be you are looking at developing a new device, or it may be a new service, or a new way of, let's say a new course. All sorts of different types of design activities will typically start with a question or a vision or a statement of intent. So I need to fulfill this requirement, or this is a problem that needs to be solved, or this is what I want the customer to experience. So it can be written in either as a question saying, what should we do to solve this problem? Or it could be in the form of, we see this, you can have it as a vision where you say, this is what needs to be done. This is what, or it could be a statement of intent saying, this product that we already have is inefficient. We want to make it efficient, right? So it could be a statement of intent. So you start with that, and then you go through the first process, which is discovery, where you map all those who are involved. Now, mapping essentially means identifying all people who are involved in the product or service. For example, it can be the manufacturer, it can be the delivery process, it can be the distributor, it can be the It can be the user as well as the person who takes care of disposal of the product at the end of the life cycle. Okay, so all the people and all the various parties who are involved is has to be mapped. Okay, and then you have to individually talk to representatives of each party that is being mapped and find out what do they do, what is their daily experience, right? So the second activity there is understanding people's daily experiences. So what do they do through the day? How do they interact with the product? What are the different considerations that they have when they bought the product, when they use the product, when they change the product, and so on. And then we start looking at what are the causal influences. That means you see at the bottom of the in the first to second stage, you look at what are the leads to what. You know, what are the interrelationships between different activities that you have mapped, different people. So, for example, if a product has been designed in such a way that repairing is very difficult, okay. So I remember, once the fan on my laptop stopped working and had to be replaced. And the person who came to replace the fan, I was observing what he was doing. He had to literally remove every part of the laptop before he could reach the fan. And then it was just, he took out the fan and put a new one, and then he had to reassemble the whole thing, which means that the product has been designed in such a way that a part which is actually easy, which is something that goes wrong or stops working, has been put in such a way into the device that it's very hard to repair. It takes a lot of time. So it took almost 2 hours for the whole thing to be done. But if the fan was in a position where it could be easily reached and replaced, this whole process could have taken just 10 minutes. Now, why did it take 2 hours? Because the design of the product was such that the fan was right, not so accessible, and a lot of things had to be disassembled before you could reach the fan. Now, which basically means that when the design was done, it was this issue was not covered. Now, it's quite possible that the company decided that that's an acceptable problem. We can't really design the laptop in such a way that the fan is easily accessible. So that's a deliberate choice that is acceptable, because if you make that if you make the fan easily accessible, it may make the laptop bigger, heavier, whatever it else may be compromised. So there may be a deliberate compromise which has been done, but it is important to understand the causal influences. What led to what decision? Why different things happen? What is the interrelationship between different things, right? And then after you go through this exercise, you will come towards identifying some themes on which improvements can be done. Okay, and that's part of a group exercise that is typically done. And then you are basically slowly moving from discover to define. So when you are moving towards define, as you can see in the diagram itself, you open the funnel and now you are closing the funnel and coming up with a very clear idea on which to do the improvement on the product. Okay, so this brainstorming, which happens after you have understood people's daily experiences, you understand the influences, you can identify some themes on which improvements can be done. So, for example, I might have, if it was an improvement on a laptop, I would have said, repairing the fan or replacing the fan is a tedious process. Can we do something to fix that problem? Okay, so that would be one theme, right? So basically, you are saying um, this is something that needs to be fixed. Now, it may not be something that's important from the company's point of view, but it could be an important issue. If the fan is not really of good quality, it may need to be replaced quite often, and then it becomes a serious problem because a lot of people face the same problem, right? So even though it's one small component of the entire device, if that component is not really doing what it's supposed to do, it can destroy the experience of the customer about the product as a whole. Okay, so what you are then moving towards is a clear opportunity or brief on which to base your ideas. Okay. Now, once you have done that, then the next phase starts, which is the development phase. So what you are doing there is that you are identifying certain basic options on what can be done to solve the problem. Okay, so for example, in the example that I was giving about the fan being going out of order, you might say, well, find a fan which is really robust and long lasting, therefore the replacement may not be required. So that's one option. But maybe that's not a great option because fans do get clogged, fans do need to be cleaned. There's a lot of dust which goes into the laptop and therefore clogs up the fan. So even if you have a very high quality fan inside the laptop, it will eventually need to be cleaned, and therefore eventually before the laptop really goes dead, the fan may have to be replaced. So therefore, you might come up with some ideas, you may rule out some ideas, you may say that this idea needs to be modified, and then you can go through some prototype testing. So essentially what you're doing is you are going through some prototype route to figure out what would be a better way to handle this problem, and then you are getting feedback from users. Now, who are the, if it's a question of a fan inside a laptop, then the user that you're talking about is very limited. For example, it's only the repair person who is being affected by this whole process, in the sense that the repair person takes 2 hours to fix a fan failure, whereas the customer or the user of the laptop may not be so bothered about whether the repair person takes 2 hours or half an hour. If the laptop stops working and they have to hand it over for somebody to repair it, it is expected that it will take a day or so to be repaired. So the time from the customer's point of view, the time taken to repair the laptop will probably not change much, because somebody has to take the laptop to some repair station, bring it back. So the customer may be okay with a 24-hour period in terms of time to get a laptop repaired. But from the person's point of view who is repairing the laptop, if it takes just 10 minutes to fix a fan compared to 2 hours that it used to take earlier, that is a big benefit for that repair person, and therefore the repair person may be interested in vouching for a product where the whole process is easier. Okay, so feedback will be very different from different types of people, as you can see from this example, and therefore you need to seek feedback from different people to figure out how relevant is what you are changing, how important is it, does it make a difference to the end user, does it make a difference to people who are involved in repair and maintenance and so on. Now, as you seek the feedback, you are also refining the business model. Business model basically means what at what price you will sell the product, at what, how will the customer pay, why will the customer pay such a price, and so on. So suppose you find that I can make a design change on the laptop so that the fan can be repaired and replaced in 10 minutes. It can be cleaned and replaced in 10 minutes, or it can be fixed in 10 minutes. Then you can even make it a self-help sort of a activity. So from the customer's point of view, instead of giving the laptop to somebody to repair and the whole process taking 24 hours, you can say that this is a replaceable part. All you have to do is order the new fan on Amazon or some such source, and as soon as you get the fan, you can just open this lid, take out the old fan, fix the new fan, and it starts running, right? So basically, you can make the whole process a self-help process or do-it-yourself process, which means that the whole cost of getting it repaired, sending it to a repair person, all can be completely avoided. So that's a completely new business model for that activity, and you can dramatically reduce the inconvenience for the customer. You can reduce the inconvenience for the repair person. You can make the customer incur a lesser cost for doing this, and therefore the customer might actually prefer your laptop because they know that the fan is more easily replaceable. Of course, there are other factors, but this factor may be a positive factor for the customer to buy your product. So once you create an improvisation on the product, you can also change the way in which the product is being sold, the way the product is being projected to potential customers, and so on. Right. So you could, for example, like in the case of printers, when your printer cartridge is about to get over, you will get a signal on the printer software saying your cartridge is almost over. You should order a new cartridge. Similarly, you can have a software in the laptop itself which tells you that your fan is getting clogged. You may want to order a new fan, or you may need to clean your fan. Right. So either of these things. Um, you are getting a good indication for the giving the indication to the user that they should replace the fan, and there is also instruction on how to do it very easily. So most people will be able to replace it on their own. Of course, not everybody can do it, but then there'll be it's so easy to replace that anybody who is reasonably comfortable about doing things will be able to figure out how to do it, right? So now you have created a completely different way of dealing with this problem in the case of a uh, of this uh, of this difficulty which I mentioned. And as you go through this process, you can also measure the impact of what you have whatever change you have suggested. So what is the impact means? How does it change the time it takes to do the repair? How does it change the efficiency with which people are able to use the product? What is the impact of any change that you are making? So once you go through this loop, and this is another loop between develop and deliver, you can come up with a final functioning and proven concept, which you can then pitch to, let's say, the management or whoever is willing to put in the money to make this improvement. You can go and pitch to them saying that this is what needs to be done. Okay, so what you see here is in the 4D framework, you are basically seeing two distinct phases, and once the product goes through both the phases, it is in a proven form. But there is always a failure possibility, and if there is a failure, you need to go back and go to the previous stage and the previous stage and so on. So, for example, if you defined the problem and you went forward and then you got feedback from customers saying this is not the problem that needs to be solved, there are bigger problems which need to be solved, then you have to go back to the define stage. You may have to go back to the discover stage to come up with a better response. So, for example, if the fan is not as big an issue as something else on the laptop, maybe battery is a more important issue, then you might say, I have to solve the fan and battery problem together, and therefore you may have to backstep by one stage or another to start the whole process again. So it's not that this is 1, 2, 3, 4 will happen in one sequence. You may have to go back and forth to make it happen over a period of time. Okay, so this is essentially the design thinking process. And as I mentioned, this particular framework is much more amenable to people who are outside the design field, who are not professional designers, but who are basically looking at it from a technology point of view or a management point of view. This particular frame is much more easier to make sense of. Okay, right. So, okay, so what is the nature of design thinking? As you can see in the way in which this has been depicted, design thinking is not trying to find the perfect solution. It is basically an approach to find an acceptable solution, which is focused it's an acceptable solution focused approach, not an absolute problem solving focused approach. So, for example, if you are given a math problem, you are supposed to find the right answer. This is not in that manner at all. This is coming up with an acceptable solution, which is apparently seems to be the best among the solutions which you have tried out. but they may not be in the sense of a perfect or absolute solution for that problem. Now, why are we not trying to find the so-called perfect solution? Because the perfect solution, as I mentioned earlier, may not be acceptable to customers. It may not be acceptable to the people who are handling the business. So the so-called perfect solution may be too expensive, or it may be unwieldy, or it may be difficult to use, and therefore may not be the best solution from the customer's point of view or from the management point of view. So we are looking at an acceptable solution. That's the basic approach, and that's how you need to rethink about how design thinking is different from so-called technically perfect solution approach. So design thinking solutions will develop interactively with key users and iteratively reach a closure. So the basic process is a lot of interaction. You are interacting with users, you are interacting with different types of stakeholders, and eventually you are reaching a closure based on how acceptable your solutions are to all the parties concerned. So the solution has to be acceptable to your users. It has to be feasible. It has to be something that works. When you try it out, when you make it, the product should work. It should perform what it's supposed to perform, and it should be acceptable to management in the sense that this is a viable product. Okay. And therefore, design thinking solutions meet complex goals by rapid user feedback loops rather than by adding complex technical resources. So this is where there is a difference in the way we are trying to achieve the objective. So there is a complex goal. You're trying to achieve all the three things together. You're trying to create products that are good for customers, good for management, good for and feasible. But at the same time, you can of course add more complex technical resources to make it happen. But then the more technical resources you add, the cost may go up, the product may become unwieldy, may be difficult to use. And therefore, the user feedback loop is what is used to come up with a better solution. And no single party actually knows what is the best solution. So you have basically three parties involved. So you have the management, which is trying to see whether this product is something that will sell in the market or not. There's another group of people who are trying to design the product and trying to find out the best combination of things that will make the product work as it's supposed to work. And then there is a user group which is saying this is okay, this is not okay, this is useful, this is not useful, or this is difficult to use, this is easy to use. So among these three, nobody has the perfect solution, but all three of them will interact through this whole process to come up with a good solution. So what is design fiction? So based on this understanding of design thinking, we can then look at what is design fiction. So design fiction is a particular approach which enables you to come up with better design using a fictional type of a process. So let me just take you through how this works. Okay. So design fiction is a relatively new form of design practice. So design thinking, for example, something has been there for maybe 40, 50 years, but design fiction is something which is more recent, maybe in the last few years only, maybe 5 to 10 years is where design fiction has been more actively used. Okay, so what is it? It is basically something that aims at exploring and criticizing possible futures. So just a second. Yeah, so this is aiming at exploring and criticizing possible futures. We are saying here is a current product, but what could be the future of that product? And then looking at is this a good future for that product or not? Okay, so broadly speaking, that's what it is, but I will take you through that in more detail. Right. So what you are doing is you are creating a speculative or provocative scenario, and then you are creating so-called prototype artifacts for that scenario, and then you are re-looking at uh, how does it appear. Okay, design fiction is something which is derived from science fiction. You might have read science fiction books where they talk about different types of fictional realities that may happen in the future. So there may be a science fiction book that is set in 2050, and it will show what is happening in 2050 and what is happening to people's life in 2050 and so on. So the same idea is being borrowed here, but the idea is borrowed not from the point of view of saying, should can we design something for 2050? That's not the point at all. We are saying, suppose we look at this product in 2050, can we learn something about it so that we can design something which is better for today, right? So the end result of the design fiction process is to design a better product for today. However, we are using the fictional situation to provocate better thinking, and therefore better responses and better products. Okay, so that's the end result is looking at better products for today, but you are taking a fictional route, or you're taking the design fiction route to come up with a better understanding, therefore resulting in a better product for today. Okay, so the purpose is to provoke insights for better design, but that better design is for now, not for later. Okay, so how does this work? Let me take you further. So basically, how do you go through a design fiction exercise? Is you are involving you are creating what is called a diegetic prototype. Now, a diegetic prototype basically means a prototype in a fictional world. Okay, so in a science fiction movie, you would have, for example, a device which floats in the air, which can move very rapidly. Now, maybe the technology today does not allow you to do that, but in the science fiction story, that's what you can see, or you can, in a science fiction film, you can see that being picturized. They would have picturized it using different techniques, but from you are sort of imagining that this is how it will work there. Okay, so a diegetic prototype is not a real prototype; it's a prototype in a fictional world, and that prototype is used to explore the future situations which are there. So diegetic means a prototype that's a story world in a story world life, right? So in the story, or in the fictional world, you have created a diegetic prototype. And what do you do with that prototype? Basically, the whole process starts with, you create a plausible fictional story world. Plausible means it's something that could happen, though right now it's not possible to do it. You can say that if I stretch in a reasonable way, this is something that may happen. Okay, so it's not a completely impossible fictional story world, it's a plausible fictional world. So the first thing is to create a plausible fictional world. Then you prototype something within that story world. So you create a prototype and show and present it within that story world. And then you look at what is the implication on people for that prototype, and then you are basically using that to develop user empathy to impact real products. Now, what is this issue of user empathy? Basically, you have to understand the user from their own perspective, not from your perspective. So if you see somebody in a story, the way the story is written sort of makes you empathize with the person who is in the story, right? So you are empathizing, or you are with the character, as it's called, who is in the story. Now, the more you feel involved with the character in the story, the more interesting the whole story becomes to you. But if that character in the story is so very different from you, then you may be less interested in that story. Okay, so here the idea is that by creating this diegetic prototype and interacting and with the fictional story world, you are creating some user empathy. that user empathy will guide you into creating better products for people today. Okay, so the whole idea is that this user empathy you cannot generate on your own, because you are not interacting with people who are facing such problems in the real world. They are not there at all, right? So people are not facing such problems in the real world. How will you talk to them? How will you meet such people? You cannot meet such people at all. But in the fictional world, once you create the fictional world and you have a prototype within the fictional world, it allows you to develop user empathy, which you can then use to come up with better products for today. So that is how this process actually works. Okay, so I will of course explain that with an example, but here is a very easy, not here is a very interesting example which was actually used, and therefore I'll just take you through this, and then I will also use a video which helps you understand this much better. Okay, so let's look at this. So what is shown here in this single slide is the entire exercise that was done. Okay, now what is shown here is this concept of what is called fair shipping. Okay, now fair trade is something that already exists. Okay, but fair shipping is something that does not exist. That means fair shipping is a fictional concept. Okay, but fair trade is a real concept. That means fair trade already exists. Now, what is the concept of fair trade? Fair trade essentially means that if a product is manufactured in a way which is fair to all the people involved in the manufacturing, then it is eligible to get what is called a fair trading logo or a fair trade logo. Now, if a product has a fair trade logo, then when you put it into the market, some people who are against exploitation of workers, or who are against exploitation of child labor and so on and so forth, they when they see this logo, they are more like inclined to buy. Okay, so you look at this wine bottle which is shown here. So let's say wine is being manufactured in a place in Africa, and the product is being sold in America. So the idea is that if it has a fair trade logo already, then what it means is that the wine was produced in a manufacturing process which was fair to the people involved in that process, in the sense that the farmers were treated fairly, the pickers were treated fairly, the workers were treated fairly, and the manufacturing setup people were paid a fair wage, and the product was packed and dispatched to the US or to America in a fair manner. Okay, so that's if a factory is doing exactly that, then they are eligible for a fair trade logo and they would get that. Okay, so from the user's point of view or from the buyer's point of view, the idea here is that the fair trade logo is an indication that nobody was exploited in the creation of this product, and therefore I am more willing to buy that product compared to some other wine which where the fair trade logo does not exist. So one wine has the fair trade logo, other one does not have it. I'm more likely to buy the wine which has the fair trade logo. Okay. Now, but fair shipping is not part of that process. Fair shipping means the wine which was produced in Africa has come through a ship to all the way to the to America, right? Now, in the shipping process, were the people involved in shipping treated fairly is not part of the fair trade logo, right? So it is treated as something which is outside the domain. So the factory which made the wine has treated all its workers fairly and has got the fair trade logo. But once the wine is dispatched on a ship, whether the people working in the ship are treated fairly is not a consideration as of now. That is the current situation. Okay, and when this exercise was done, this exercise was done in 2018. That it was not a requirement, and even today in 2021, it is not a requirement, right? But what have they? What is the exercise coming to? The exercise is saying that there will be another logo, which is called the fair shipping logo, which would be established in 2028. Okay. Now, 2028 obviously is in the future, 10 years into the future, right? So so what is the fictional story being created? It is saying that developing from the movement of fair trade, Fair Shipping Association was established in 2028, and they have created a fair shipping logo for the products that meet the standards so that customers can choose to pursue them as an ideological choice. The very same way as fair trade is being used, fair shipping will also be used. Okay, so the logo is there. You can say there is a sort of a prototype logo which has been created, and the slogan of that logo is that we want our products to be delivered in a fair way. Okay, and this is the fictional future that has been presented. Now, what will happen in this exercise? So, what you do is you get a bunch of stakeholders, put them in a room, and say, now in this room, let's say there is a room with 20 people. Okay. Now, what you are going to say is, as part of this exercise, you have to say that in this room, we are not in 2018, we are now in 2028. Okay, so you cannot talk about 2028 as being something in the future. You have to talk about 2028 being today. Okay, so that's the first mind shift. So you will have to do, and you have to believe that the fair trade logo has now been there is a fair shipping logo which already exists. It's not there, not something in the future. Okay, it already exists. So there is something called a fair shipping logo. It already exists. This is the slogan. This is the logo. And what you have to then do is discuss. So the task which is given, which is on the right side of the screen, you can see what kind of shipping processes can be considered as fair. Okay, so how do you say that a shipping process is fair, right? And for each aspect, what data is needed so that fairness can be evaluated. So how do you declare something as fair? That is one part. And then what data do you need to establish that it is fair? Okay, so that's the second part. So both of them need to be looked at, and that's what the group has to discuss. Now, look at the situation for, let's say, when this exercise is being carried out, what will happen? So, if you are told very clearly that you are not in 2018, you are in 28, and you can't say, well, I don't think if you are in 2018, you can always say, well, I'm quite sure that fair shipping requirement will not come till in 2028. It may take 30 years. It may take 20 years. Okay, so that type of discussion can easily derail the whole process, right? Because you are basically saying it's going to be so far in the future. Why do you want to bother about it now? But that's not allowed here. Okay, so what is being done in a sort of forced manner is that you are being told you are already in 2028. Fair shipping logo already exists. You have to tell me what is the way to characterize fairness. Okay, how do you know that people are treated fairly? How do you know that shipping is fair? How do you measure whether one company is being fair to their employees or not? Okay, so this is the exercise, and that can put that sort of a mind shift which has to be created will ensure that all sorts of speculative thinking is completely eliminated, and you start really thinking in actual terms. Okay, so for example, let's say there are people in the room who are all the people in the room are different stakeholders, right? So there may be people from shipping, there may be people from shipping, and that means shipping company owners. There may be the trade unions. There may be employer unions. There may be dockyard people. There may be uh, government officials who are involved in shipping. All of these people are in the room, and they are forced to think about what kind of shipping processes are considered as fair, and how will you measure fairness. So the entire discussion, and let's say this discussion goes on for the whole day, the entire discussion will be as if the fair shipping logo already exists. Now, what does that force you to do? You are forced to think differently, You can't think about this in the future, you have to think about it in the present. And as a result of that, at the end of the exercise, you may come up with this is the a list of things which will make fish shipping fair. This is the list of things which will make the fairness easily evaluated or measurable. And then you go out of the room after completing the exercise. Okay. Now, what is the real impact of this? Of course, the exercise still remains a fictional exercise, right? So it's not that you're going to go and implement that right away. But what it actually does is that it can force you to think in a way which is very different from how you have been thinking so far. So if fairness was not even a consideration in your thinking about shipping, you will start thinking in that manner after this exercise. There's a good chance that your thinking would have changed permanently. Okay, permanently in the sense that you cannot help but think differently now after the exercise as and differently from how you thought before the exercise. So in that sense, you have created a sort of a permanent change in the way people are thinking. And that is the real advantage of this design thinking, design fiction exercise. Okay, so what can happen? For example, let's say people who are in shipping, you might be aware that let's say if you look at the staff which works in the shipping in a ship, typically they work in 12-hour shifts. So somebody would work from, let's say, 6 in the morning to 6 in the evening, and then the next person would come and work from 6 in the evening to 6 in the morning. Okay, and they take turns like that, right? So therefore, there are only two shifts, and these two shifts are 12-hour shifts. Okay, now somebody who is from the HR side or from the uh, worker representation side may come up with this view that 12-hour shifts are not acceptable. We should not make people work 12 hours at a stretch. It is not is not good for them. It's not good for their health and so on and so forth. Okay. So somebody might argue from that side and say that we should not have 12-hour shifts in factories on land. Shifts are always 8 hours, not 12 hours. Why are we making people work for 12 hours on a ship? Okay, so that may be one type of a pressure that might come and say making people work 12 hours in a ship is unfair, right? So that's something that may be presented in as part of this exercise. Now, what happens if you present this? You may say, what are the consequences of people working 8-hour shifts? Then what will happen is, instead of, let's say, a ship needs 25 people to manage a one shift, if there are three shifts in a ship, then you need 75 people to manage it. But if there are only two shifts, then you need only 50 people to manage it, right? So basically, the staffing on the ship will go up by 50%. Okay. And if the staffing goes up by 50%, then the cost of manpower on the ship will also go up by 50%, which will make shipping immediately less profitable. Okay, so that's a clear consequence that will emerge if there are three shifts instead of two shifts. But look at it from the individual's point of view. Let's say you are in a ship and you have only a 8-hour shift. Okay, then you might say, well, I don't necessarily want a 8-hour shift. I may want a 12-hour shift, because remember that the people who are working on a 12-hour shift in a ship also get long vacations. So if they work for say 10 months, 8 or 9 months, they may get 2 or 3 months vacation, which is fully paid for, right? Because they are not working 8 hours a day; they are working 12 hours a day. So if they do a long trip and they work for, let's say, 3 months at one go, they may get 1 month's holiday, right? So these long holidays are part of the shipping industry, and it is a way of compensating for the long shifts that you have to spend when you are on the ship. So it's a reasonable compromise from the workers' point of view. But the moment you put 8-hour shift, those holidays are gone. Now, from the workers' point of view, this may look like an unfair situation. They may say, I am being made to work only 8 hours. I'm made to sit and do nothing for 16 hours. And I'm also losing my vacation, which I could have spent with my family. So this is a very unfair process, right? Now you see both sides are, you have two versions of what is fair or unfair. What is fair according to people from HR discipline and all will say making people work for 12 hours is unfair. But the worker themselves are saying, make us work for 12 hours and give us longer vacations rather than make us work for 8 hours, make us and making us sit in the ship for 16 hours without anything to do and reducing our vacation to maybe 15 days or something that most people on land are getting. That is not acceptable, right? So that's where the fairness question will be raised from the other side. So if this discussion happens in this meeting, there's a good chance that people will be more sensitive to the other side. So what I mentioned earlier about empathy, right? Um, So developing user empathy to impact real products or real services. So this whole discussion happened in a fictional story world. Okay. The discussion was happening in a fictional situation. But once that discussion is over and people go out, they will go out with a lot more empathy. So what it means is that the people from HR who have been saying that making people work for 12 hours on a ship is not fair, will realize that it's actually not a bad deal from that person's point of view. And the person on the other side who is saying that this working 12 hours is too long, is not acceptable, will also realize that the alternative is not really a great alternative from their point of view, right? So, if, for example, ship workers have been protesting that 12-hour shifts are not good, now they will realize that with the 12-hour shift, you're getting the holiday. If you don't get have a 12-hour shift, you will not get the holiday, and therefore it's not such a bad deal. Okay, and the other side will also understand. So both sides have developed better empathy, and as a result of that, they will be better off in the sense that their future decisions will be with empathy on and with better understanding of what others are faced with. Okay, so that's really the impact of this design fiction exercise, right? So what you see at the end of this was actually done. This figure is from this article which you can see here, right? And this exercise was actually done, and as a result of that exercise, people who are involved in the exercise go out with better understanding of what is the reality that their counterparts in who are from different disciplines but also related disciplines, what are they thinking about, why are they thinking that way, what is their concern. All that is much better understood as a result of this design fiction exercise. Now what would be the consequence of that? That whenever they get into redesigning things, they will do it with better empathy, and that better empathy will translate into better products and services. So that's really the end result of this exercise. And the better products and services will be better products and services today, not in the future. So even though this exercise was carried out in a fictional 2028, the better results of that would come out in 2020 or 2019, because people who are involved in the exercise will take better decisions relating to these this issue. Okay, and as a result of it, things will be better for all parties concerned in the immediate future, not in the distant future. Okay. So what is design fiction in practice? And I'll just show you the slide and then I'll take some questions and then we'll go through the video exercise. Okay. So what you see here is you are creating some sort of a prototype. Okay. It may be a physical prototype. It may be a digital prototype. For example, it could be a fictional user manual. So here is a fictional product with a fictional user manual, or it could be in the form of a video. I'll show you a video. It could be a story, it could be a comic, could be a catalog, it could be even a fictional academic paper, right? So all these are tools which are used by the creator to sort of push the reader into a different fictional world, which then becomes the basis for better discussion. So, so it is meant to provoke thinking along unusual paths. So the usual paths can be easily reached, but the unusual paths are more difficult to reach. Extrapolates a prevailing behavior to logical ends, uh, and amplifies a weak signal that everybody might know, right? So something that is observed in a very minor way is amplified in the design fiction story. So you are basically doing some sort of extrapolation, some sort of unusual path thinking, and therefore you are creating a disruptive view of the society in the future. And that process will help you question what does the user face, what are the rituals, what are the norms, what are the ethics, what are the values, right? So all of this can be questioned in the design fiction story, right? So essentially it provides a way of thinking differently of the future and of the unexpected consequences of technology. And as a result, based on that understanding, you can use it to influence both policy and practice, and that policy and practice implication can be today, right? So immediately you can relook at what you're doing and see whether you can do things differently, right? So there are books like this, so there is this book called The Little Book of Design Fiction. This is a slightly old book. This came out, I think, about 10 years back, or 8 years back. Basically, you are aware of IoT. So what this book is talking about is that time IoT was almost, it was just at the form, it was at the formation stage. It was not really something uh, that was very prevalent. But this particular book actually takes you through a range of design fiction ideas which are based on the Internet of Things. So it takes you through some products which could be worked differently based on IoT technology, which was non-existent at that point in time, or not existent in that form in that point of time. But today, many of these things exist. So, for example, one of the topics in this, maybe, today we have these light switches that can be switched on by clapping your hand, or you can switch on your, home lights by using your phone. So these are all IoT examples, which are realistic today, which are actually usable today. But at that point in time, it was a fictional thing, or it was not something which was in the market. But by putting that together in this book, what they are trying to do is to show what can be done, and then it provokes thinking along very different lines, and maybe some innovation can result as a result of this thinking in a way which is not very common. So coming back to this design thinking framework, so how does design fiction help? Basically, it helps, this whole process can happen in a fictional world. So I talked about this whole process in the real world, in the sense that in the current situation, I start with a question or problem of intent and go all the way to a functional concept. But this whole exercise can be done with a fictional world instead of the current world. And as a result of that, you can have a very different understanding. You can have a different result at the end of it, which may be hard to do in the real world without using the fictional landscape, right? So the fictional world basically helps you think differently and comes up and helps you come up with better ideas. So the new ideas that can come from design fiction will be probably richer and more diverse than the ideas that can come without using design fiction. So that's really the advantage of the design thinking framework. Okay. So before I go to the video, if there are any quick questions, I can look at it, and then I will show you the video. Okay. Yeah. Any questions or anything on this?
Yes, participants, we are open for the Q&A. If there is any question, you may ask.
I'll show the video after this. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yes, please. Yeah. Okay, so let me do one thing. I will show you the video. Sometimes the video doesn't work very well on the laptop. If I show the video, it may not come through very well. So what I will do is I will show you the link. It's a
Sir, there
YouTube
is one
video.
question
Huh?
from
Yes.
a student.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
He has
Yeah.
written on the chat.
Ah,
Sir, can we make a real path to the future with the help of the fictional design practice?
real path to the future is not the essence of the exercise is not to come up with the path to the future. That's a different type of exercise. But the exercise here is that you use a fictional future to develop empathy about users in that fictional future, which eventually leads to an understanding that helps you develop better products today. So we are not really looking at path to the future at all here. Path to the future is something that could be done. I mean, it can be a separate exercise, but here the design fiction exercise is to develop a better understanding of users, but develop better empathy, and then use that empathy to come up with better products today. That's the essence of this exercise.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
So after this, we
Yeah.
are
Any
having
other
second
chat
question.
questions? You can just say it. It is better if you say it. Then everybody knows which question I'm answering. Yeah.
Yes. So, sir, the next question is, can storytelling be used in a powerful way for marketing?
For marketing, yeah, yeah. So that is, you are very well aware of if you have listened to any of the Apple presentations. So Apple company has a presentation every 6 months. One is to their developers and one is to their end customers. Okay. So if you listen to the Apple presentation to their end customers, you'll always find that when they present a new product, they will tell a story about it. Or if they say that, for example, the last one, they were presenting about the Apple Watch, the new version of the Apple Watch. But when they talked about the new version of the Apple Watch, um, before they talked about that, they talked about some stories of how people's lives were changed by the previous version of the Apple Watch. If they talked about somebody's whose life was saved because they had an Apple Watch, which helped them connect to somebody in an accident. Some such story is always told, and that makes it very vivid. So people remember that very well. Okay, and that definitely helps in marketing. In fact, there are interesting situations where Apple had introduced a new feature which they presented in their meeting, and a lot of people were started talking about it. It was some new feature which Apple had talked about with a nice story. They had related it, and then somebody who's a tech person would say, "Well, Samsung introduced the same feature 6 months back." Okay. Now, uh, and maybe it is true. And in fact, in this particular case, it was actually true. It was Samsung had introduced that feature a few months back, and Apple had introduced the feature in this particular meeting. But the difference was that probably Samsung, I don't know for sure because I didn't listen to the Samsung introduction of that particular feature. But what might have happened is that when Samsung introduced that feature, it sort of introduced it in a matter of fact way, saying that this is a good feature that we have added. But when Apple introduced it with a story, it became far more memorable. And then a lot more people thought that Apple was the first to introduce it, and it's only somebody who had listened to the Samsung one, who could correct them saying, no, Samsung introduced it 6 months earlier. But the memorable part of it is because of the story. So that makes a big difference to how people look at it. Yeah.
Okay, sir. Thank you for the answer. We are having one more question with us.
Yes, sure.
So it is since design thinking is finding feasible solution, can we say that design fiction is one step towards finding perfect solution which makes all happy?
No, so perfect solution is not something that can actually happen in reality. So there is nothing like a perfect solution. A perfect solution, or you can achieve what I mentioned in the initial slide as a best design or a best solution. The best solution is something that meets the requirements of the user, the and it is feasible and it is viable. Okay. Now the perfect solution may not be feasible, it may not be viable, or it may be feasible but not viable, or even it may be the perfect solution may be technically perfect, but it's not very usable. Okay. So these type of choices have to be made. So almost all products which are actually in the market are not so-called perfect solutions, but best solutions which click into the market. And sometimes the so-called better solution may not be something that is acceptable to the market. I'll just give you an example. This was told to me by this is a very old example. So today things may be different. So what this was told to me by one of the executives from BPL. BPL is a company which used to make those big box televisions. So I'm talking about 20 years, 25 years back. They used to make these big box televisions. Okay, but um and BPL television was one of the top players in the market at that point when these LCD TVs were not there. These big CRT TVs were there. Okay. Now, what they found was that they were trying to find out how their products were working in rural areas. They were expensive. So if one person had a TV, their neighbors would land up and sit and watch them, so, or the TV would be put in a slightly more public area that people from outside can come and watch a match and all that, right? So this was the typical setting of the TVs in the rural areas. Now, what this company found was that when they went and talked to rural customers, they found that the biggest complaints from the rural customers was about the remote control. So these TVs had a remote control. The TV itself was very robust. Nothing would go wrong with the TV. It was like built like a rock sort of product. It was very, very robust. But the remote control was actually a somewhat flimsier product. It was not flimsy from BPL's point of view. It was a well-designed product, and it was perfectly okay for city use. But when in the rural locations, the TV remote could be dropped. It could be, a lot of people used to use it. People would press hard. So all sorts of things would be done, and then the rubber buttons would go. It would get scratched easily. There were all sorts of damage which was happening to the remote control. So the company was facing a lot of complaints about the remote control, and the company had to actually replace remote controls in some cases where there was damage, and the customers didn't like the fact that they had to pay for a replacement of a remote control now. So what the company did, which is very interesting, is that in the next version, when they launched this product, they simply removed the remote control. That's it. So, if the remote control is not there, there is no problem, right? So, and they put all the controls which are in the remote control on the TV itself, okay? And they made sure that those controls were very robust and long lasting. And immediately the sales of that television went up. Of course, the cost came down a little bit, okay? But the sales went up dramatically because they had simply removed the remote control and put everything in the TV itself. It was a much better product from the customer's point of view. They didn't care about the fact that the remote control allowed you to control the TV from a distance. Nobody minded going to the TV and changing the channel or anything like that. But it made the whole product much more robust, and the remote control was completely eliminated. So, what is a good product? Of course, a good product is the one with the remote control. But VPL decided no, the best product is one without the remote control, right? And that actually worked from the rural customers' point of view. That was the better product. So you can see that it's not. There's nothing like what is called a perfect product. A perfect product for an urban customer may not be the perfect product for the rural customer, and the other way around. Of course, the urban customer may say, "Why should I buy a TV without a remote control?" Right? It's not very convenient. It's not. So if you're just using it within the family, the remote control is okay. So this is where you can see that depending on the nature of the customer, the use context, what is a good product may change. And if a company realizes that, they can take such decisions. If they don't realize it, then the customer remains inconvenienced. The customer will continue to blame you for making a bad product and so on. Yes.
Yes, thank you, sir. The TV example really did give us a hint. We have one more question with us. It is, if
Yes.
we have any idea that is both feasible and viable, as suggested by you, sir, that we should be having such a design, then but there is a limitation, that is, it does not have a huge market. So in
It
that a
does not
case,
have
shall we
what?
still a huge
Ah,
market desire, so we can
ah,
say is a specialized medical equipment for an
yeah,
example. So
yeah.
shall we still go for it with that idea that is feasible and viable, but it doesn't have a huge market space?
See, the huge market space is more of a business decision. So it is possible that when a product has low market demand, maybe it's because that particular, let's say you come up with a drug. Okay. Now, if that drug is for a disease which is in very, very low frequency, in the sense that 1 in a million people have that disease and nobody else has the disease. Okay, then if you create a new drug for a disease which has only 1 in a million incidence, of course that 1 in a million person is benefited, but the company may find it unviable to make that drug because the incidence of the disease is so low that you cannot make money by selling that drug. Okay, because only 1 in a million people will find it worthwhile to buy it, right? So one way of getting around it is to charge more for that drug. Suppose you spend, let's say, $100 million to make the drug, okay, and but only 1 in a million people use the drug, and therefore you can sell only 1,000 doses or something of that drug. You can charge a very high price for that drug, so then you can recover the money. But then, if you charge a very high price for the drug, people may not be able to afford it, right? So then insurance has to come in and has to pay for it. So this whole process essentially means that if the demand is very low, it becomes a dicey question whether it is worthwhile to make that drug or not. But drugs like that are still being made because somebody may have accidentally come up with that idea. Okay, so it was not a deliberate search for a solution to a particular disease, but in the experimental process, R&D process, somebody accidentally came up with a solution to a particular disease, which was not based on a deliberate search. It just happened by accident. Now, should you then ignore it? No, you can simply patent that drug and start putting it into the market because you didn't really spend too much money to make it. It just happened by accident. So there are drugs which have come into the market like that. Okay, but if you charge too much for the drug, then people might protest. So it becomes a. There are cases where companies have overcharged for drugs, and as a result of that, they have been accused of abusing their patents or exploiting the poor and things like that. So you can get into trouble if you overcharge also. So this is not a very straightforward decision, but There are ways to get around that. For example, you can get government sponsorship to cover part of the cost. If it's an important product, but it's meant for a very small number of people, you could get sponsorships to cover that because it's a good cause, but it's not a viable business, right? So you can get government is supposed to sponsor or supposed to support projects like this, which are not viable but good for society, right? So that those things, those options are possible.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the answer. I think we can proceed now. There are no further
Yeah.
questions as of now. Yeah.
Okay. So I will show you this video. Second. So I will just, I'm showing you the slide on which the video link is there. I would request you to see the video on YouTube on your own laptop. The name of the video is Hyper Reality, and this is the link. Even if you search Hyper Reality by, if you just search on Hyper Reality in Google, I mean, not Google, but Yahoo, YouTube. If you search hyper reality on YouTube, you'll find this is the first video in that list. Okay, it's a 6-minute video. I will run the video on my laptop, but in case you are not able to see it, you can use this link. So please copy this link on the screen, or just take a photograph of what you see in the screen and see the video on your own laptop. Okay.
Chao, te quiero una buena filtración. Voy lo más rápido que puedo. Has pensado en correr. Es saludable y eficiente. Seguro que no hay más trabajos disponibles. Yo estudié para ser profesora y estoy haciendo mercados. Y además puedes quedarte con los puntos de fidelización. Eres una noche afortunada. Tienes que confiar en la aplicación. Te sientes instalada. Gracias. Chao. ¿Quién soy yo? No, eso no es lo que quiero decir. ¿Para dónde voy? No, puedo volver a empezar. Olvidar.
Estoy presente ahora. Estoy libre de mi ira. Estoy libre de mi tristeza.
Adiós. Hola otra vez. Ay, no, cállate. ¿Qué está pasando?
Buen día, Emilio. ¿Qué puedo hacer por usted?
¿Qué está pasando? Mis puntos están bien.
No se preocupe, sus puntos están seguros conmigo. ¿Le puedo ayudar en algo más, Emilio?
Yo no soy Emilio, yo soy Juliana Restrepo.
Por favor, espere.
Hola, Juliana Restrepo. Me alegra verte. ¿Qué puedo hacer por ti?
Mis puntos están bien. ¿Qué está pasando?
Tranquila, todo está bien. Parece que alguien está intentando vulnerar su cuenta. Por favor, espere, reinicio su dispositivo. Hola, Juliana. Me alegra verte. Hoy es hermoso. ¿Estás estrenando zapatos?
Ya lo arreglaron. Tengo que seguir trabajando.
Estoy trabajando en eso, pero necesito verificar tu información biométrica. Por favor, sigue la línea azul hasta el centro de servicio más cercano para confirmar tu identidad.
Sí, pero mis puntos están bien.
Todo está bien. Chao.
¿Qué? ¿Qué es esto? ¿Qué está pasando? No, mis puntos, mis puntos. ¿Qué hago? ¿Qué hago? ¿Qué es eso?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. It was visible and audible perfectly.
It was audible also. No problem.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. Fine. Fine. Yeah. So what I wanted to show you is this is one example of, as I mentioned in the earlier slides, this is one example of design fiction. Basically, you are creating a new reality which is different from the current one. It's a futuristic space, and you are showing the whole experience of that user in that fictional space. So if you look at what has been shown in this video, almost all the technologies which are shown in this video are actually available today, though not in this particular form. Okay, but hyper reality, the glasses where you can see things which are superimposed on the actual thing. For example, you see a building, it will identify which building it is, and so on. Those type of technologies already exist. But what has been done in this particular video is to show that that is, in a sense, dominating your life. So you can see that right from the time when she gets into the bus, she is playing a game, then she is talking to some person who is supposed to be a guru who's trying to motivate her. Then she is worried about, she's got a job. She's trained actually to be a teacher, but her job actually requires her to do shopping for other people, which is not really, in her view, something worth doing. But then she is being allotted that work by the system. So there is a so-called superior system which is allotting her the work. Then whenever she does something, then she is getting points, and it's like loyalty points. We have loyalty points when we buy things from, let's say, Shopper Stop or some such place. So they are loyalty points for literally everything. You can see some like 12 or 13 ways in which she is able to accumulate royalty points, and then she is able to spend those royalty points in in the shop, or for buying some experiences, or for buying some services, and so on. Now, what she experiences when she is doing the shopping is that the system breaks down, and as a result of the system breaking down, there is a superimposition. She is a lady. Restrepo is the lady, but then somebody else's Emilio, the male person's uh, uh, user is being imposed on her screen. Okay. As a result, she is very worried. She is worried that because of this mistake or this mess up that is happening in the system, her points may be completely lost. Okay, so she is worried about that, and you can see that anxiety in her voice when she's worried about that. Then she is told that you have to um, confirm your identity, and the way to confirm your identity is that they use a blood test. So somebody comes and pierces her her palm, and then the blood sample is checked, and it is found to match, and therefore she is confirmed as the new person. But as a result of that whole process, something goes wrong and all her points are completely eliminated, which means in their world, I mean, here, for example, if you lose some loyalty points in, let's say, Shopper Stop or something, we don't care too much because it's not real money. But for her, it is almost as much as real money. So essentially what she is faced with is that she was relatively rich, and then she has become a pauper. I mean, she has lost all her wealth at one go because the system sort of erased all her points. Now, this is obviously very stressful for her, and then she is looking at how do I get out of this, and she looks, and so you can see that at the end of it, they show that religion is also part of that system. Now, obviously, all this is not something that exists today, but there is no reason to believe that it could not exist in the future. So this is what I mentioned as a plausible future, in the sense that if we really stretch all the things that we see today into the future, extrapolated into the future, we make it a reality like this. Okay, and you can see very clearly in the video that it is a very stressful reality for that person. Okay, so what you are able to do through this medium, you are able to put yourself in that person's situation. You are able to empathize with that person. You might say, well, she has this great hyper reality experience, so she must be enjoying it, and so on. But in reality, that same hyper reality experience, which is of course an enjoyable experience today, if you wear these hyper reality glasses and all, you can have fun. But for her, it has, because it is a dominant thing, it has made her life pretty stressed as a result, because it determines everything for her. And you can also see in the video, there is a point where the hyper reality system stops, and then it is reset. And in that interim period, you can hear a baby cry, right? So that is the reality, okay? And the entire video, rest of the video is all hyper reality stuff. And you can see, even when that small to few seconds of reality emerges in the video, it looks like, it seems like a relief, right? And that's what is very nicely conveyed in this video. So we are saying that when you're faced with this very high bombardment of hyperreality signals and messages and all that, it gets very, very cluttered for you. It can be very stressful, and you may find relief in getting out of it completely and saying, "Oh, that system is off now. I'm in the real world and I'm experiencing reality as it is." Okay, so it gives you this type of an experience through the video. It's just a 6-minute video, but it gives you a fairly rich experience of what it might mean to live in a world which is dominated by hyperreality, and which would be a logical a logical extension of whatever technologies exist today. But it also gives you the ability to empathize with the person who is in the video. You only see her picture once. No, they show a rotating picture, you see her picture, but otherwise you are seeing the reality from her eyes. Okay, so that's how the entire film has been made. It is as if she is seeing the whole thing herself, and that gives you a very good sense of how difficult or how stressful this whole futuristic experience may be. Okay, and also therefore it gives you the idea that some of these things which are fun or which are interesting or which are seemingly useful are and actually useful currently today may, when stretched to that point, may be problematic. Now, what is the use of this type of video? It might help you to, if you are a designer, you are working in hyper reality products, you are developing hyper reality products, for example, you may actually, it may influence your thinking in a way that, can I make this whole process less stressful? Can I make this process more enjoyable rather than stressful? What are the things that, when combined with each other, create problems? Okay, for example, her points and her the resetting of the system and the resetting of points happen together, right? Which is obviously a very, very stressful thing for her to face, because the points actually represent money in her world. Okay, so that's a huge stress that you have put, and the system has created the stress for this person. It's not something she created for herself, right? So can you de-link the two? So these are the ways in which your thinking will start, which means that the current designer of a hyper reality product would be influenced in a way which will make them more sensitive to the negative issues around their technology that they are developing, and come up with better solutions and more humanistic solutions for what they are developing. So it helps you become, in a sense, more sensitive or more empathetic of users, and it might help you come up with very unique, very different, very much better products, right? So that's the effort from this type of an exercise. Okay, there is another video which is a much longer video which you might want to watch at a later date. The name of the video is Curious Rituals. Curious is curious. You understand the word curious means it's curiosity based, and rituals. Okay, so Curious Rituals. It's a very interesting video. You can have a look at it. It's also available on YouTube. It's about 9 minutes, and it's on the, if you just type in Curious Rituals, you'll find it top of the list in YouTube. So you can have a look at that. That also, that video also depicts a lot of futuristic technologies, but using current prototypes, and it shows that what are the difficulties people face when they are trying to use new technologies, which are currently not possible, but in the fictional world that they have created, it is possible. But you can see the frustrations that people experience when the technologies that they are trying to use don't work as they are supposed to be working. Okay, so that's another interesting example, but this one is a much more visually appealing sort of an example. That's why I use this one rather than both of them. Yeah. So please, any questions on this before we go forward?
You may unmute yourself and ask the question. Anyone from the audience, please raise your hand. Okay, sir. So there are no questions as of now.
Okay, okay. Yeah, you're given the link, Curious Rituals. Yeah. If you want, you can go through that video also, and then we can have a discussion if required. Or you can see
Okay,
it
sir.
later. It's a slightly longer video, 9 minutes, but you can see it. Yeah.
Okay. Sir, shall I play it?
You can play it, yes.
Okay, 1 second.
You can go into sharing. I'll stop sharing. You can share.
Yeah, yeah.
There's a question about is metaverse related to fiction? I'm not sure what that means.
What?
I got a knot in my shoe.
Wear loafers.
We can make it full screen. That will be better.
Come on, Mom.
All right, give it here.
Can I have pie for breakfast?
No, that's contaminated. Go sit down and eat your breakfast now, and don't spill your milk today neither.
Barbecue fillet burger, barbecue boneless bites.
Is the audio available with you?
Yes, yes, I can hear the audio, but you can make it full screen. That will be better.
1 second, sir.
You can press that square at the bottom here. So
Uh,
on the frame, there is a square at the bottom.
Isn't there coffee every morning?
Yes.
is it better?
In the 15 years we've been married,
Make
there
it
have been
fully
one
screen.
day where there wasn't any
Okay,
coffee.
okay. One second, 1 second.
No. Books for schools from the Times and
Hello.
Yes, sir. One
You want to
second.
share it? I can do that also, but you have got the link here. No?
Yes, sir. It is there itself. 1 second. Okay, so I'm playing it again, sir. I
Yeah,
hope it
now
is
it's okay.
better now.
Now it's okay. Yes,
Okay.
please go ahead. Yeah. The
ये
sound.
हाइड पे क्लिक कर दो प्रिया, क्लिक ऑन हाइड.
Sir, where? Hide?
ये नीचे हाइड है ना बेटा, स्टॉप शेयरिंग के
Yes,
साथ.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Actually, ma'am, you have to share the tab for the audio to come.
I have done so, I think. 1 second.
Yeah, if you are facing some issue, you can either ask student coordinator to share it, play that the video.
It's fine now?
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
Yes,
ma'am.
yes. Leave it like that. It's okay. It's fine.
What?
I got a knot in my shoe.
Wear loafers.
Come on, Mom.
All right, give it here.
Can I have pie for breakfast?
No, that's contaminated. Don't sit down and eat your breakfast now, and don't spill your milk today neither.
Barbecue fillet burger. Barbecue boneless bite.
Pan,
Yeah?
isn't there coffee every morning?
Yes.
In the 15 years we've been married, has there ever been one morning where there wasn't any coffee?
No.
Books for schools from the Times and...
Call Gerardo.
Name unknown.
Call Gerardo.
Name unknown.
Call Gerardo.
Calling Gerardo.
Hello?
Hey, Gerardo. Did you call?
Yeah, are we still on for coffee?
Yeah, I will be there.
I'm running a little late, but we'll be there by noon.
Okay.
Where are you?
Oh.
Call ended.
Call Gerardo.
Calling Gerardo.
Hello?
Hey, Gerardo. Sorry, I accidentally hung up.
That's fine. So are we meeting at Howard Park?
Yeah, let's meet in like half an hour.
Okay, see you there.
Bye.
Call ended.
Perfect for the job interview. Perfect for a sunny afternoon.
It's good to see you.
Good to see you too. So, show me what you've been working on.
So, it's going to be a collection of short stories that I wanted to publish. Fear, drama, and I wanted to have like a spectrum of colors for each journal that you can like, read. Sink in.
Okay. So you can see the name itself talks about curious rituals. You can see a number of different things that each of them were doing, which was trying to deal with technologies which are not working perfectly. I mean, not working as they're supposed to work. So the last one was about this. Basically, your thoughts can be transferred into the phone in text form. So that was not working very well in the open air on the roadside, but it would require a quiet place. So he was sort of misusing the toilet to do this work, and therefore preventing other people from using the toilet. So you can see that these basically there is a range of new technologies which are being shown there, but each of these new technologies has some sort of problem or some sort of a frustration. And what the video is depicting is how people are dealing with that frustration. Maybe some of them are okay with it, some of them may not be so comfortable with it, but it's just depicting that future reality. But as a result of that, you are understanding that here these technologies have their own problems. So, for example, the car, you have to put a fingerprint, you have to put your palm against the window to open the car, but you don't know exactly where to put it, and therefore it takes some time for you to get it right, and then the car door opens. Then the visual recognition, of course, it's already there on the phones, but she has a problem with visual recognition, because the visual recognition requires her to sort of make her face different. So these type of things are already there, but the difficulties related to that are being explained. Sorry about the phone. So these issues are already making things more difficult for them, and the realization of that can help you um, come up with better solutions to that. So that's the whole idea of the experience of the seeing the video helps you understand um, it from a user point of view a little bit better, and maybe you can come up with better solutions that can stop or can reduce the sort of inconveniences that people are facing. But the whole point in the exercise is to come up with a better empathy for the person who is going to use the technology, and see, and therefore help you develop better products. So that is hard to get if you are dealing with a futuristic product where the user experience is simply not there, right? So when we go through the design thinking exercise, we are talking to people who have a experience of a past product, but it's hard to experience a future product. So this gives you a way to experience a future product in a fictional world, and then use that knowledge to come up with better products today. Any questions or any comments on this, what you just saw, or anything we have covered so far? I think we have about 5 minutes to go. Yeah.
Good morning, sir, and good morning to all. I'm Professor Narendra Kumar, sir.
Hello.
From DTU itself.
Yeah.
So, your quite nice presentation, sir. One thing I would like to add and to ask from you that how much design fiction for innovation can be utilized for today's research and to get the patents?
How can it be used to get patents?
Patents and research in today's scenario.
Okay. Yeah, it's a route for that, in the sense that design fiction exercise can help you think in ways that are hard to think in the normal case, and therefore, if you that sort of an extra loop or extra route that it creates in your thinking can help you innovate on something and then come up with a better product, right? So if you just look at this 9-minute video which you just saw, there were about 4 to 5 different innovations out there. Some of them are possible to implement today. I mean, you have the technology today. Some of them are not possible to implement today. But you can see that these technologies, if they implemented, can be useful. It can have its own problems, and therefore, if you can come up with an innovative way to solve that problem, there is a patentable product at the end of it. So it can be a useful route to think about new ideas, and sometimes misuse also. You can think about. For example, in the video, I think there was a phase where this lady was in the coffee shop. She was listening to that person, but she had her glasses on, and she could be watching something else on the glasses instead of listening to the person who is in front of you. Now, that type of thing does happen. So, for example, you go to visit somebody in their office, and they get a phone call. They will answer the phone call instead of talking to you, because it's a choice you are making. You could cut off the phone call and continue the conversation, but you have made a choice of answering the phone call and ignoring you, which can be not very desirable. It may be seen as rude by some people. So the ethics of things, the norms of things, the ways in which people interact with each other, all of that is being affected by these technologies. But it will help you understand that better, and therefore come up with better ways to handle it. So if, for example, the way, for example, a behavior may be changed because of technology, can you do something to prevent that? Can you, for example, if there is somebody speaking in front of you, the television which is there on your glasses should switch off by itself. It will not allow you to see anything, ignoring the person in front. So such corrective measures are also possible, and therefore the whole idea is you can think much more in deeply about some of the technologies that you're working with and come up with better solutions. So it can help. And short answer is definitely it can help in generating ideas for which can be patentable. Yes.
Thank you, sir. Priya, you can switch on camera also now, cameras of also, so that we interact, so that camera should be on.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. It's available now.
Okay.
Thank you very much, sir. So now,
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks a lot for inviting me. I hope it
Any
was.
other question anyone has? I think Vaibhav has written something.
Do you think so there is nothing like it is absolutely good or bad. I mean, you're saying that concept shouldn't be good or bad for humanity. Yes, so some of this is also driven by what is acceptable, right? So if it is, for example, in some houses, when you are sitting in the dining table having lunch with other people in the family, you are not strictly not allowed to use your phone. Okay, so that's a norm which has been imposed by the family. It is not something to do with the telephone company or the cellular phone provider. It's not done by them. It is done by the family. And in some families, it is okay for all the people sitting around the table to use the phone. It's also okay for people to not sit in one place to have dinner. So each family involves its own norms. But the idea here is that there's nothing like this is only the technology has caused it. It's also a way in which people adjust to these technologies, and there are ways to get around it and create a better situation. So if you have, for example, rules like you don't use the phone when you're having dinner, then a family conversation can happen. But there are technical solutions to that also. For example, there is what is called a jammer, which is available. You can buy it on Amazon, for example, where if you switch on that device, all the phones in that vicinity will stop working. All phones will stop working, Wi-Fi will stop working. It's called a jammer. It can be used in classrooms also. It has been meant for that. So when the class is going on, people are not surfing the net or something like that. But that jammer is a very effective way to stop that process and therefore allow for conversation to happen, which is what is important for the family to sort of get to know each other and work with each other, be helpful and friendly with each other. So those things can happen. Yeah.
Yes, sir. So next question is, someone wants a clarity whether the design fiction that we are having, that is also related to metaverse. Is metaverse related to fictional design?
I'm not sure what is meant by metaverse, so I cannot answer that. Yeah.
Okay, sir. So next question is, like design fiction is basically creating a whole new world to test a product before actually delivering in the real world?
Yeah, it can be tested in a hypothetical sense, but the testing actually helps you think differently about the products or services that you are entering into.
Okay. So your opinion on the household robotics, as we can see, there are huge progress in this area, in the automation industry.
Yeah, so those are, as long as they are used for reducing the effort required by people to do certain types of jobs, especially in more hazardous locations and all, it definitely has a benefit. But it also has consequences in terms of employment. So, but then we are trying to reduce the drudgery related to labor that can definitely be done using this, and it's a trade-off. I mean, you are basically reducing the drudgery, but it may also eliminate certain jobs, but it may also create new jobs. So it's not necessarily something bad in the sense that it just destroys jobs, or but it also reduces drudgery. So overall, it has a positive impact. Yes. So we have to look at it in a more comprehensive way.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Any more questions? You can unmute yourself and ask as well. Please raise your hand before that. Anyone from our audience?
Yeah, so if metaverse is a virtual world created on the blockchain with the use of crypto. So I don't think there's too much of a connection between design fiction and that, because here the effort is to understand users more effectively and in a different context. So that may not be possible. That may have no connection with what you're talking about here.
Anyone else?
Okay.
Okay, sir.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thanks for inviting me, and I hope the session was useful. Thank you.
Yes, sir, it was wonderful. First of all, a big thank you, sir, for accepting our proposal and joining us today and sparing some time for the session. And we really get benefited by the concept of design fiction and the plausible reality that you discussed, and the overall interaction that we have along with the correct examples and YouTube clippings. That was really brilliant, sir. So once again, I would like to thank you for accepting our proposal from the design from our organization and the participants in a whole. Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Thank you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir. I am Professor Ruchika Malhotra, Head of Department of Software Engineering. I would like to thank you on the behalf of department for sparing your valuable time and showing such nice videos, YouTube videos, and explaining the students very in a very elaborative manner. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Thank you. Thanks. Okay, I'll close it then. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. It doesn't allow me to. Oh, okay.
Yes, Priya, you can announce the next session now. And
Yes, ma'am. So our next session for today will be starting at 12:30. So please be right back at the time before 5 minutes of commencement of the session. I request all to again join. We can
please
have
give
a
a brief introduction of the speaker also.
yes, ma'am. I'm just providing that. Okay, so for the next session, it will be on industrial design, innovation, and entrepreneurship, and it will be by Dr. Sumer Singh, and he is one of the eminent speakers, and he is currently working with IIT Delhi. So, sir is in IIT Delhi, and he will be delivering the talk on industrial design, innovation, and entrepreneurship. And we promise you that it will be very intriguing. So, I request all to join at the
Yes,
time.
it will be very
Thank you.
interesting session. So I request all of you to join back after 30 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
2 design program at the Amer's MIT Institute of Design, Pune during the 2007 to 2010, and MS Ramanath School of the Advanced Studies, Bangalore during the 2003 to 2007. He has also been in advisory role at the Footwear Design and the Development Institute and Chandigarh University, to mention a few. He has been a mentor and founder of the two great startups like the Enhitech Technology Private Limited, HyperX Energy Private Limited, mentor and advisor of the Better Health Technology India Private Limited. We take pride in calling him for the session on the industrial design, innovation, and entrepreneurship. Looking forward to gaining insights on the acquiring industrial and entrepreneurship growth where design and the innovation. So I heartily welcome you, sir.
Thank you very much, Sanjay. Thank you, Priyaji, for giving this opportunity to speak to young minds and all those who are engaged. I treat all minds as young until unless they are working very sharply.
Yes,
So
sir.
this is Sumer. I'll take this opportunity to introduce myself in detail. So should it be fine if I start sharing my screen, Sanjay?
Yes, sure.
How do I share that? Are you able to see my screen?
Yes, sir. Now it is visible.
Yeah. I'll switch on my video for
Sure.
bandwidth issues. Yeah. So I'm Sumer. I work as an assistant professor here in Department of Design, IIT Delhi, and I'll take you through my work journey before I start speaking about design. We generally come into context that what is design, what is not design, what is good design, what is bad design. Everywhere there is this word now of design thinking and uh, what this new animal design thinking means. So am I audible very clear?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So can I also know what is the group?
Yes, sir.
Can I also know what is the group constituting of who all are?
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
We
yeah.
are having faculties, research scholars, students from within and outside DTU.
Okay, okay. So it is a mix of faculty students.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So
Sir, one more thing. We are live streaming it on YouTube as well. If you can open your webcam, if you are comfortable, it will be good, sir.
actually,
Along
I
with the
am
presentation.
I
Mm-hmm.
am in a very less strong zone of network. So
Okay,
therefore,
okay.
it may
Fine,
disconnect.
sir. Fine.
I'll try, but
Okay,
if
no worry.
there is any issue, I'll stop again. Yeah.
Okay, okay, okay. Thank you, sir.
And also, I'm from my home, so yeah, in this today also being a festival day, so we are all with.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So you can find my background of a bedroom from where I have found out a small zone where there is less disturbance.
It is the same with us as well, sir. It is same for all, I guess. So no
Okay,
worries.
okay, we'll go ahead. Same
In
process.
COVID, everyone learned that. Yes, sir. We are comfortable with that.
Yeah, yeah. So okay, I'll continue further. My screen is visible.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So by work experience, I worked in establishment of product design, MSc in product design at MS Ramaiah School of Advanced Studies, Bangalore, which is now MS Ramaiah University of Advanced Studies. And this was from 2003 to 2007. Further, I worked for establishment of product design, transportation design courses at Mahesh MIT Institute of Design, Pune, which is now MIT Art Design and Technology University, MIT ADT. So this was from 2007 to 10. And 2010 December, I joined IIT Delhi, wherein I am working. I joined IDTC, Instrument Design Development Center, So this center hosted the Masters of Design program, which is quite old program from 25, 30 odd years. We have good outcome of alumni who are doing quite considerable work in industry. So we moved our papers and we did a lot of requests and approvals, which further made this center spin off a department, which is now Department of Design. We have 10, 11 faculties here in Department of Design. I am one of them. And now we are going to start Bachelor's of Design program from coming year. 2022 entry year will be our first Bachelor's of Design students coming in the campus. So these are some certain kind of work which I do. I do design teaching, design practice, I do design research and have outreach and admin activity. In design teaching, I take courses on campus and I take courses in continuing education programs, technology enhancement and quality improvement programs. I do teach some external teaching as visiting faculties to some institutes. In design practice, I do sponsored projects, consultancy projects. I do some projects for institutes, startups, and I have few startups of which I am part of. I'll introduce those startups to you. I also do PhD supervision and I'm associated as SRC members to many of the PhD students. So a lot of research papers and design patents, registrations all come out from PhD. There are outreach activities. This is one of them. I'm having a session with you where I try to share my experience that what I have been doing. If it inspires you, you are most welcome to connect with me for further uh, support wherever I could give. Like I have been organized, I have been associated as members in various bodies because of these kind of platforms which you provide me. So thank you very much again to DTU and all the eminent faculty, students who are spending time with me.
Our pleasure, sir.
Yeah. So in design teaching, there are a lot of courses which I generally conduct. Framework of design, product interface design. Framework of design is the way designer thinks, how should a designer work. Product interface design talks about what are the user interfaces with the product, its touch, form, finish, aesthetics, its interactiveness, everything comes in that. Strategic design management, like design has of late been recognized as a strategic tool to solve many organizational issues where design thinking has played a very crucial role and this word is therefore catching up. But in general, design as a strategy is also a very strong tool. Communication and presentation skills, I used to sketch, I used to make computer aided models, uh, sketching objects, sketching some vehicles, product system, service and environment, like how you see PSS as a tool and how users requirement can be satisfied through a product and its delivery. So there are courses earlier also which I conducted at MIT Pune and MS Ramaiah are on similar lines, though some names will be different. So these are list of places where I have been visiting, like IIT Kanpur, IIT Mandi, Triple IT Jabalpur. These are places where I have taught. And NIFT Delhi, I have been visiting National Institute of Technology Nagpur, Lady Irwin College. I have conducted some sessions and trained some students in design. Shushan School of Design in Gurgaon, Acharya College in Bangalore. FDDI has been very closely, I have been associated with FDDI. We have revamped the curriculum and made it look more like a design course, not only a footwear course. SGT University in Gurugram, UP Institute of Design. So there also some sessions are being held by me. DTU has also been a good uh, place where I have been visiting many times. Professor Ranganath and the entire team are very supportive. So these are some of the kind of sketches which I used to teach. How can you sketch objects quickly, swiftly, while keeping its three dimensionality in perspective? So these are very quick sketches, say 10 to 15 minutes for each sketch. And these are from my old books. So many times nowadays I get engaged in a lot of strategies and entrepreneurship. So this sketching has taken a little backseat, but I encourage all those who are interested in learning sketching to start trying out. We can suggest some books if you need. We can also conduct some sessions if required. So you see, I'll go one by one on these sketches. Left hand corner side, you will find a mobile phone. This was my second mobile phone, and it was kept on a table while I was sketching. So it is not like I am visually seeing and trying to mimic the object, but I am trying to understand the structural dimension of this object and see this object in 3D totality while sketching it on a 2D paper. The second sketch in which you can find this cup having a handle. So this is an exercise in which you use your uh, orientation of the object uh, to be correct. Okay, how do you orient a cup so that the handle need not be only on side? In which different positions, different orientations you can sketch this, and how do you actually sketch cylindrical objects? How do you form ellipse in a quick manner? These all are 10 to 15-minute sketches. The third sketch, you will find this pen drive, the traditional pen drive which used to be earlier. Now you have very fancy pen drives. But getting to details about how the socket and the cap and all other different parts have fillets, how can you mimic those fillets while keeping the structure of the object intact? The right hand side is a sugar free. The first time when I was diagnosed with diabetics, I was started taking this sugar-free tablets, and this is a sketch from that sugar-free tablet. And bottom left, you will find a hexagon which is extruded. Okay, and how do you maintain the extrusion? All these are freehand sketches. Or how do you maintain this extrusion while your ellipses are kept intact within this hexagon? Many times when you sketch, the hexagon becomes in different shape, ellipses are twisted, it doesn't look like from the same body, and so on and so forth. So there might be difficulties in understanding these sketches. Just a minute. Yeah, so there was some difficulty. So, and then on second from left, you will find that this is a mobile charger. So there's a lot of challenges when you sketch an object, and if your orientation and your alignment of parts are not correct, one gets demotivated from sketches, and therefore many people see this as a difficult task to be done. But I tell you, it is very easy to learn if you are introduced in a very correct manner. It is only 7 to 10 days of some hard work, which can give you a lot of confidence in sketching. And once it is with you, it is like the art of bicycle riding. So you can go very smoothly on, and this can become a daily practice for you. So further more detailed sketches. These are 45 minutes to 1 hour spent on each sketch. These are very tricky, intricate shapes, where on left side you will find that this is having a curvature, and that curvature is merging with the central body, and then central body is further merging with a handle. How do these products are for the first time sketched? It becomes very challenging to document it. But just imagine the kind of imagination which is required when you start sketching the object when the object is not there. And that is why designers are hired, and design is a profession claimed to fulfill that need. You see in center, this is a handrail. On right hand side, your Mr. Clean kind of spray gun. You would be seeing a lot of sanitizers these days due to COVID. And in bottom you have this moisturizer and its cap being opened. So all these are cylindrical, spherical, rectilinear objects which are having an assembly of 3 4 different master forms, and then further filleting, detailing, branding, naming. Design as a profession calls for this kind of skills, and that's why it is valued. So I talk moreover than design thinking, you can talk of design doing. So something is there which a designer needs to do, and sketching is one of the important aspect of it. It is going fine, Priyaji?
Yes, sir, perfectly fine.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Hope I am not making this session boring.
No, sir, it is good to see all these pictures. I'm also getting motivated. I hope others are also feeling the same, right?
Yeah, thank you very much. Just for cross check, I paused and spoke in between so that we all are awake. Yeah.
Yes, sir, yes,
So,
sir.
so when we sketch, these are the ways in which I had some plans in which I teach engineers how to sketch. Engineering mind is very fixed and confirmed, no? So we start with XYZ coordinates and then build chairs and tables on that, and then do iterations and some design interventions in those chairs and tables. On the top left side, you will find those sketches, which is emerged from XYZ coordinates. On bottom left, this is how do you sketch regular shapes with freehand. This is a hexagon, a triangle, a pentagon, and then hexagon having some extrusion and then cutout. So how do you align these things? Triangle, finding center of triangle, and here you see some toothbrush being oriented on the right hand side, and on the top you will find how do you freak out with strokes and make confident your lines. So apart from sketching, there are computer aided surfacing, which also is an important tool which I appreciate a lot. So this is some models which has been made by me in Rhinoceros. Rhinoceros is a software which you can get a learning license for 3 4 months from any of your mail ID. It is easy to install, not very heavy on file size, and very good to iterate for any product design. So here is a concept of suitcase which I designed, and then this is an assembly of stacking of a trolley for Indian Railways. You can see finally the trolley is being made over there. Here is a dustbin which should be a easy removable kind dustbin for daily dumps collection. Here's new kind of tools designed, uh, new kind of hammers and chisels designed, while you can have good control on surfaces also to have quality check of surfaces. So I also work with materials. I'm just showing these things that these are few attributes which every designer should have, specifically in product domain. There are newer domains like animation, graphics. So pertaining to your skills and domains, you need to have some materials which you need to handle, because 3D and material are things which give you connect to the object, give you connect to users. It should not be that you are only on papers and you have sketched something very wonderful and people will figure out how to make it. So that should not be the approach. When you have conceptualized something, you should have drive to take it to further stage. For example, an animation designer or a game designer should sketch and then go to softwares. Instead of Rhinoceros, there will be other softwares which these animators and designers would be using. And then further, there will be some materials which should be there in their vocabulary so that they enhance their design communication and experience. So this is a MDF medium density fiber board and then logo designed on MDF to look like granite. And finally, when the concept was approved, a granite model was made. This was a logo memento design for MIT Institute of Design, which I did there. The previous slide, we saw some tools. So finally, these tools are developed with help of local craftsmen and manufacturers. And these are the trolleys which we were conceptualizing. So trolleys being put in Indian Railways to users to use and give feedback. So I conduct many courses. Some of them are related to form. This is a course on form and aesthetics. These all are different exercises. Few of them have been captured and brought in over here. So how do you work on motifs and make tessellations and make graphics from that? How do you do radius transformation and move different cross sections to merge with each other? Because you see an automobile or a mixie grinder, no, you have different cross sections. In bottom you have different cross section, mid you have different cross section. How do you have a smooth transition between them so that it looks one object and not three, four different objects? So this exercise helps in that. And here is a styling exercise. How do you do styling of any given object? This is a jerry can which the class had designed. So different students were given. This is an exercise with a group of 5 6 students. They came up with different forms of jerry can with some instructions. So here is a color wheel, and then you have materials like PU foam and thermocol over which you can explore your forms and shapes. So I also invite, like you have invited me over here, I used to invite in pre-corona times craftsmen and artisans to our studio, and this is one of such copper design workshop. So we had Copper Council of India who were very interested to conduct a session with our students, and these are our students working with them, making arrangements, making prototypes, tinkering, scraping, understanding copper as a material. So material, when you say design, it is in design, it is a different way. It is not that you should have all knowledge of material. It's just a minute. Just a minute. I'll take a break.
Hello, Priya.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Namaste, sir.
नमस्ते सर. नमस्कार. डॉक्टर सुमेर सिंह जी डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ डिजाइन के साथ कनेक्टेड हैं हमारे साथ एंड ही इज गाइडिंग
हाँ जी,
हाँ
sir.
जी सर.
Sorry. I had had disconnected me.
Okay.
Okay,
Sumesh, sir.
सुमेर सर.
Uh-huh. Yeah, there is some
There is some
background noise. If you can mute. Yeah.
Okay, so I actually we have our HOD from design also who is connected with us. He was sharing his views with with experience with you. So yes,
Okay.
sir, over to you.
Okay. Sorry. There was someone on the door, so I had to attend. Yeah. So my screen is visible. Hello, Priya. Priya
Yes,
ji.
sir, it's visible. HOD sir, do you want to add
To
something?
add something?
Uh,
No, nothing. My best wishes to Dr. सुमेर सिंह जी. बहुत दिन के बाद फिर मुलाकात हुई है.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, sir. Okay. Please
Okay.
continue. Please continue.
Yeah.
yes, sir, your slides are visible. Yes,
Okay.
and we can hear you as well.
Okay. Fine.
So we have one query from a student. He is saying that on page number 11, what is the material that is used to make the models on top right corner? Page number 11. He is interested in knowing the material.
Yeah. This one top
Top
right.
right.
Plaster of
Yes, sir.
Paris.
Okay, plaster of Paris. It is plaster of Paris for your answer,
So
Vekant.
Priyaji, for any of the things which I am showing, if you want me to conduct sessions, I can conduct. We will plan in an online mode so that interested
Mm-hmm.
participants will have the required materials well in advance, and then they are given instructions so that they can work on that.
Yes, sir. That will be very interesting to do it in a real time fashion. Yes, sir. We'll definitely consider that.
Yeah. So you see a lot of team building also happens when you. I'm on this copper workshop slide. So this is a lot of inquisitive discussions are happening. This is somewhere evening around 8 o'clock, where the expert is talking to students and students are working overnight in day. I know this will be little what you call envying you all, so that you should also have some campus based exercise specifically to students. But yes, what we can do. But I'll tell you to your surprise that I am conducting sessions nowadays also on materials which other people were thinking not very possible to be done in online mode, and the success is quite considerable. Yes, it takes little more time, little more queries and things has to be resolved, but it works. Yeah. So I'll move next, and this is are you able to see the cars?
Yes, sir. Visible.
Yeah, this is a workshop with support of Maruti Suzuki, and there are alumni from our institute who have been always supportive, and there are eminent experts from the company who have laid their support for learning of our young students. So this is automotive clay. There's a lot of processes involved in this. You need to have a heating oven, and this automotive clay billet is heated in that, and there are specific tools which are used to give it shape and all. So you see what happens while a student gives this shape, no, his mind is also getting configured of what is the form, shape, size, all elements. And this becomes very usable for designers and design learning. So then further, this when dries, it is polished and it is put with these kind of reflective surfaces, which is called as Dynoc. And these Dynoc films look like real paints while they are not real paints. Once it is done, analyzed and all, lot of lights and reflections are understood on the surface, and actual form of the object like car is finalized like this. So we move with our students to make exhibitions. This is one of such group with whom we are exhibiting our interior design of a small segment car, compact car. The interior dashboard design is made in clay and it is displayed in Auto Expo. So you can see student sketches and all these things are there. While the group is here with us, the expert from Maruti is also here with us. So these are some frugal model making workshops, like how do you make quick models with objects around you. This was a brief given in Triple IT Jabalpur to some 250 students, and 250 students were sitting in one big hall, up, down, mezzanine floor, everywhere, and making models. So they were given a, a day's time to come with their models, with finished everything, and display them with their names. So everyone did that, and I hope everyone was enjoying also, because you can find these smiles on their face. No, this domain of design is therefore a very creative domain. So I'll just run through now these some of the sketching exercise I did and some TCube courses which I conduct. Some of the CEP courses are still running, and this is one of the course which I wounded up with 43 students last semester. The another 38 students batches on, and we have sessions for knowing of design to them. These are some volumes of projects which I did, so I'll just skip through these. This is a generic presentation which I have showcased for my portfolio. I'll come with these startups and their products therefore, but in between I'll stop sharing my screen and have a question answer session if you have any.
Yes, so we will encourage questions or queries from the audience.
Yeah, so I have been speaking for last 30 minutes. Hope last 30 minutes was making some sense, and if it was, then please throw questions. It will be my pleasure to address them.
Yes, students and our faculty members and other participants, we request you to come up with the questions. Sir has demonstrated us various things, right?
After these questions, yeah, please.
Sir, there is one question from Amar. He's saying that as a beginner, how can we start learning clay modeling? Any tips for that?
You should just start, okay? Clay are available in stationery shop. They come in different colors. You can also go to some murti making shops which have Indian type of clay. If you want to see them do something, you can do there. And small instructions are there on these stationery shops clay also, that how do you make molds and dough and all these things. If you want to learn some aspects of design through these clay, you will need some design teacher so that he can talk in sense about what kind of learning is imparted. We can learn a lot of form development. Clay is a very flexible material, so you can do a lot of iterations. You can make a model, give it.
डॉक्टर साहब
Yes.
अमर जो ये मास्टर स्टूडेंट है यहाँ पे, और कोविड की वजह से हम लोग जो है ये क्ले मॉडलिंग वगैरह कुछ कर नहीं पाए थे.
मैं करा
That's why I'm
सर,
asking.
ऑनलाइन में कराना है तो मैं करा सकता हूँ, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं
सर हाँ हाँ ऑनलाइन में अगर हो जाएगा तो डिस्कस आपके साथ. थैंक यू.
है. Just a minute. Sorry.
हाँ जी सर.
So I have been taking some sessions with students in Jamia. Jamia has also started Masters of Design course. So they were
Yes, sir.
requesting, yeah, Jamia Millia Islamia, they have started a MDes. So
Okay, sir.
they were requesting for material-based workshops. So I have conducted few workshops for them. One of them is on clay, and we have worked on making forms from clay. So two exercises are conducted, and they are very satisfactory. We need a day's time because work process is a little slow.
Yes, sir.
Sir, one more question from Venkata Rama Deepak.
Yes,
He is
yes.
also MBA student. Is
Yes,
there
yes.
any specialized tool need for clay modeling? He's asking.
See what happens. No, clay is a material which can be handled by hand easily. If you want to do some details, you can use handy tools like scales, rulers, and things like that. But when you talk of modeling something like
Hello.
Sorry, am I audible?
Yes, sir,
Yes,
you're
sir, you're
audible.
audible.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah. So we should not try to become material scientists. Neither we need to become as designer as a mechanical engineer counterpart. We have to have a team building approach in which we have value for everyone. Everyone participates, and together we conceptualize and create a product which is launched in market. Hope hope it is.
Yes,
uh,
thank you, sir. It clears the doubts. Yes, sir.
yeah.
So we should not go into the technicalities, but a brief understanding of the domain will surely help.
Correct, correct. Every domain has its USP. So a designer or design person needs to have a USP of his own domain. Wherein USP of a computer scientist is with him. He will be doing very good coding and very good data analytics. A mechanical engineer will know what kind of materials to be used and what kind of production process to be followed. While a designer should find out which is the product which is going to sell. So my wife landed on that air conditioner, and we are having that air conditioner. We are worried every year that service is not good and this and that, but that is how it is to be. Like many of us in our youth time, we are wearing very tight jeans, no, and we were pulling our stomach back and somehow wearing that jeans to ergonomics wise, that is not a correct jeans to be worn. But what do you do? Many of us has been in those kind of jeans for weeks along, and we are all fine with it. So I think it is more about user perceptions, okay, which a designer needs to capture. And he should also not be so insane or less skilled that he cannot do anything out of it. If there is no one to do production, a designer will go and find out what kind of materials and methods are required, and he can produce it also. Yeah. So
Yes, sir. We can move forward. Yes,
we'll
sir.
move forward. Okay. So after this pause, I'd like to show you a video which talks about design process. Hope it is fine.
Yes, sir. Surely.
So I'll just first of all open that video. So this is a video called as IDEO Deep Dive.
Sir, please share your screen.
I have not shared. I'll just first find.
Okay, okay.
I'm finding it on Google first.
Yes, sir. No problem.
YouTube, yeah.
Hey, I'm good.
So I am sharing my tab, share tab audio, deep dive YouTube. So is the YouTube page visible?
Yes, sir. Is visible.
Going for a vacation.
Is it audible also?
Yes, sir.
I'll
Fine.
be totally cut off from my.
So this is a 20-minute video which talks about a ideal design process followed at IDEO. IDEO is a design firm in Palo Alto, California. There is a old video, but it is very informative and talks about a lot of processes in design. So please say this sincerely. Yeah.
It used to be that you deferred to the boss.
It's fine, Priyaji.
Yes, yes. Hear it correctly.
Is it
Perfectly. Yes, sir.
always going to have the best ideas?
Here, nimble fingers, alert minds, and tireless machines.
And it used to be in most companies that chaos was discouraged.
This is where the crazies live. This is where we do our work. It's different.
Good morning. Good morning.
Used to be you were supposed to climb the corporate ladder.
Status is who comes up with the best ideas, not who's the oldest, not who's been with the company longest, not who has that biggest title. If you go into a culture and there's a bunch of stiffs going around, I can guarantee they're not likely to invent anything.
You could stack us up big as big as you want.
That's great. Thanks a lot. And we had a great time today.
Well, forget the way it used to be. Tonight, the deep dive. One company's secret weapon for innovation. A lot further along in this broadcast, near the end as a matter of fact, you will hear one of the central characters suggest that we look around. The only thing that's not designed by anybody, he will say, is nature. Actually, you could say the same thing by observing that the only designs that don't require constant modification are the ones we find in nature. But the point is well taken. From the buildings in which we live and work to the cars we drive or the knives and forks with which we eat, everything we use was designed to create some sort of marriage between form and function. Does it work, and can we make it look interesting or attractive? What is truly amazing is how long we tend to put up with things that may not work particularly well or may look especially unattractive simply because we're accustomed to them and because no one has ever suggested redesigning those things. There's an interesting distinction between design and invention. Whoever came up with the idea of dental floss, for example, was an inventor, but the man or woman who put it inside that clever little plastic box that lets you tear off just the right length, that was a designer. Now, how does the process of designing a better product work? And would it be interesting to watch that process? When we first broadcast this program back in February, we weren't at all sure what you would think, but judging by the number of you who ordered video cassettes of the program and the number of people who contacted the industrial product design firm that is featured in this program, you liked it a lot. Here was the premise of the program. We went to IDEO, the product design folk, and said, take something old and familiar, like, say, the shopping cart, and completely redesign it for us in just 5 days. ABC News correspondent Jack Smith tells us what happened next.
9 in the morning, day one, and these people have a deadline to meet.
So welcome to the kickoff of the shopping cart project.
This is Palo Alto, California, in the heart of Silicon Valley, and these are designers at IDEO, probably the most influential product development firm in the world. Designers are the reason TVs have square screens, chairs 4 legs, and toothbrushes nowadays those squishy handles. In fact, it was IDEO that designed those squishy handles. IDEO has designed everything from high-tech medical equipment to the 25-foot mechanical whale in the movie Free Willy and the first computer mouse for Apple. Smith ski goggles, Nike sunglasses, NEC computer screens. Hundreds of products we take for granted.
This is called the Neat Squeeze toothpaste tube, which...
You invented that. The man who runs IDEO is Dave Kelly, a Stanford engineering professor with a Groucho Marx mustache, dad of genius, an approach to innovation that usually works.
Well, thank you, Fred.
But not always.
I can show you some products that failed. Came up with this idea called monster shoes, where you take these little monsters and lace them into your shoes, like this. And we built a bunch of them, and I didn't want those either. So.
Mostly what IDEO designs, though, does work, and it works very well. Dave and his design teams create about 90 new products every year.
The point is that we're not actually experts at any given area. You know, we're kind of experts on the process of how you design stuff. So we don't care if you give us a toothbrush, a toothpaste tube, a tractor, a space shuttle, you know, a chair, it's all the same to us. We like want to figure out how to innovate by using our process, applying it.
And so for the next 5 days, the team will apply that process to bringing the supermarket shopping cart into the 21st century.
I think first we should maybe all acknowledge that it's kind of insane to do an entire project in a week.
Project leader is Peter Skillman, a 35-year-old Stanford engineer. Project leader because he's good with groups, not because of seniority. He's only been at IDEO for 6 years. The rest of the team is eclectic, but that's typical here. Whitney Mortimer, Harvard MBA. Peter Coughlin, linguist. Tom Kelly, Dave's brother, marketing expert. Jane Fulton-Suri, psychologist. Alex Kazaks, 26, a biology major, who's turned down medical school 3 times because he's having too much fun at IDEO.
Kids climbing up and doing this.
Kids do that.
Safety emerges early as an important issue.
22,000 child injuries a year, which is, and so they're hospitalized injuries. I mean, there are many others.
Not reported in the store. That's you actually have to go to the
that's
emergency room.
hospitalized, right?
And theft. It turns out a lot of carts are stolen.
You know, what is the average life of a cart? Does it last 2 years, 5 years, 10 years? And how big is this theft thing?
10 a.m. As the team works, it becomes clear there are no titles here, no permanent assignments.
And the other side says, gives us a lot of help, says, be safe.
Everyone appears to be equal, and they love to mock corporate America.
I'll give you status. I'll give you a big red ball on a post, and that says you're a big guy. If you got a ball, you're a senior vice president. You know, what do I get? The desk, the red ball, it's all the same. In a very innovative culture, you can't have a kind of hierarchy of here's the boss and the next person down, the next person down, the next person down, because it's impossible that the boss is the one who's had the insightful experience with shopping carts. It's just not possible.
According to Kelly, even employees who merely listen to the boss don't add that much either.
So you gotta hire people who don't listen to you, and that, I don't think corporate America wants to hear that right yet.
I think we start making those lists about the kinds of questions that we're going to ask.
The team splits into groups to find out firsthand what the people who use, make, and repair shopping carts really think.
Okay, go.
The problem with the plastic cart is the wind catches it. Yeah. And these things have been clocked at 35 across the parking lot.
Oh, man, that's actually a pretty good point. The trick is to find these real experts, and so that you can learn much more quickly than you could by just kind of doing it the normal way and trying to learn about it yourself.
From everything I read, these things aren't that safe either, you know? So probably the seat itself is going to have to be redesigned.
What you're seeing here is the kind of social science, like anthropologists, you know, like you go and study tribes. What is it that they do that we can learn from that will help us design a better cart?
One of the interesting things for me is looking at how people really don't like to let go of the cart, except for the professional shopper, whose strategy is to leave the cart at various places.
In corporate America, many bosses measure whether their people are, the good people or the people who are performing are the ones that they see at their desk all the time. That couldn't be further from the truth. The people who are really getting the information are out here talking to the buzzes of the world, going to meet other experts, much more useful than sitting at your desk.
3:30 in the afternoon, and the group is back at IDEO. There is no let-up.
Each team is going to demonstrate and communicate and share everything that they've learned today. People went off into the four corners of the earth and are coming back with the golden keys to the innovation.
A shopping cart has been clocked at 35 miles an hour traveling through a parking lot in the wind.
We were in the store, 2 hours, and it was truly frightening just to see the kind of stuff going on.
You got to designate some people to make damn sure that the store owner's point of view is represented.
After 9 straight hours, the team is tired. They call it a day.
So,
everybody cool?
Well, that's great. Thanks a lot. We had a great time today. Yeah. Get together and start here.
Day 2 and the start of IDEO's unique brand of brainstorming. They call it a deep dive, a sort of total immersion in the problem at hand. IDEO's mantra for innovation is written everywhere. One conversation at a time. Stay focused. Encourage wild ideas. Defer judgment. build on the ideas of others.
That's the hardest thing for people to do, is to restrain themselves from criticizing an idea. So if anybody starts to nail an idea, they get the bell, you know.
The deep dive begins, and for the next few hours, the ideas pour out and are posted on the walls.
Oh, the blind, the privacy blind, like when you're buying
same things, you know, kind of appropriate things. You'd never like have any points to take off to build a really innovative idea.
It's organized chaos.
Organized chaos. It's not organized. What it is it's focused chaos.
By 11 a.m., the group begins narrowing down the hundreds of ideas written or drawn on the walls. How? By voting for them.
Vote with your post-it, not with an idea that's cool, but with an idea that's cool and buildable. If it's too far out there and it can't be built in a day, then I don't think we should vote on it.
Why not have you be the judge? You're the boss.
Because I'm going to be wrong. It's the team that's able to really judge with the best ideas.
Otherwise, ideas wouldn't come out?
That's right. Enlightened trial and error succeeds over the planning of lone genius.
Enlightened trial and error succeeds over the planning of the lone genius. If anything sums up IDEO's approach, that is it. That and the focused chaos that seems to go with it.
I take a point of view. I call it the sport utility vehicle cart.
It is noon. Worried that the team is drifting, what can only be called a group of self-appointed adults under Dave Kelly holds an informal side session.
We don't want to tell them what to build, or else we take away the benefit of the whole thing, right?
What needs should they optimize their solution to?
Yes.
The purpose is to refocus the deep dive.
Maybe we arbitrarily say we could do 5 teams. 4 or 5 teams. 4 or 5 teams, and we give each team a need area. Hey, can we grab everybody over to the wall here? There has to be a command decision. It becomes very autocratic for a very short period of time in defining what things people are going to work on.
Like it or not, the team is told it will split into groups to build mock-ups, covering 4 areas of concern that have been identified. Shopping, safety, checkout, and finding what you're looking for.
I noticed that toward the end of the process, the adults took over.
Yeah, that's because we have no choice but to stop that cycle. I mean, there's if you don't work under time constraints, you could never get anything done because it's a messy process and go on forever.
While the team starts building prototypes, Dave Kelly takes me on a tour of the rest of IDEO.
What's happening in here is that's a client meeting. That's a first client meeting. That's the first time we met with the client. So we haven't trained them yet. If we took them straight from there into a room where music was blaring and everybody was throwing Nerf darts at each other, that would be a little hard to take. You know, so we're warming them up. But this is this is where the crazies live. This is where we do our work. It's different. You can tell whether a place is playful in about the first 15 minutes as you walk down the hall. Being playful is of huge importance for being innovative. I mean, if you go into a culture and there's a bunch of stiffs going around, they're not, I can guarantee they're not likely to invent anything.
Invent anything like this futuristic-looking instrument for kids.
So no matter what you do with that thing, you always
sound great.
You always sound good.
You have to make it so that this can happen.
Whoa, it didn't break.
No, it didn't break.
There's a whole department at IDEO devoted to toys. Turns out to be one of its most profitable areas. Fun, too.
So it got these little wings, and no matter what you do, if I get in trouble here, it's always a spiral.
At IDEO, they found that fresh ideas come faster in a fun place. Not only is the furniture on wheels to suit the needs of the moment, but people are encouraged actually to build their own work areas.
And they were designing this space, and they said to me, you know, we'd like to have, you know, $4,000 extra in our budget for a DC-3 wing. And I said, DC, you have to have that? And they said, yeah, they have to have it. So
that's a DC-3 wing.
Piece of a DC-3 wing, yeah.
And that's just decor.
That's decor. That's ambiance, you know, that says we're weird and we're proud of it.
Umbrellas on the ceiling to shade computer screens from direct sunlight, and bicycles on ropes to prevent clutter.
The first guy who hung a bike up on a thing, he didn't come to me and ask me. He didn't ask some facilities person was okay. He tried it, and then like he waited and see if anybody complained. If nobody complained, another guy hung a bike up. And pretty soon everybody's got their bikes up and nobody's complained, right? So it's that whole thing of trying stuff and ask forgiveness, instead of asking permission. It's the way people come up with new ideas.
IDEO has such a reputation for innovation that client companies are increasingly asking Dave not just for new products, but also to remake their corporate cultures. You may be looking at the workplace of the future here.
It's one thing to be able to do a product once in a while, but if you can build a culture and a process where you routinely come up with great ideas, that's what the companies really want.
Okay, Peter, we're done.
Back at the shop, it is 6 o'clock, and the 4 mock-ups are ready for showing.
Baskets also can be, if you think you will have more volume, baskets can be put in.
A modular shopping cart you pile hand baskets onto. A high-tech cart that gets you through the traffic jam at checkout.
That you could mount a scanner on the shopping cart so that you as the customer, as you pull it off the shelf, would scan each item.
One that's built around child safety, and another that lets shoppers talk to the supermarket staff remotely.
Yeah, where can I find a yogurt?
But the adults, again, decide more work needs to be done before the mock-ups can be combined into one last prototype.
Why don't we have all the carts come up here for a second?
I think you take a piece of each one of these ideas and kind of back it off a little bit and then put it in the design.
The design is still not there. But there's another motto at IDEO: fail often in order to succeed sooner. And some of the team will be up half the night trying to put together a design that finally does work. It is day 5, and Dave Kelly has no idea what the final cart looks like. Only the team does.
If they kind of got their heads down, they don't look at me, I'm nervous. If they say, wait till you see it, then I know we're in good shape. So I'm getting wait until you see it. I think that'll be good.
There it is! There it is! So we took the best elements out of each prototype, designed this entire cart in a day, and then this cart was fabricated in a day with an amazing team of people in our machine shop pulling this off, working in shifts throughout the night.
Wow, I'm impressed.
So are we.
The cart, which is designed to cost about the same as today's carts, is different in every other way. Hand baskets that stack in a metal frame, and major improvements for all.
You just lift the handle up, you drop put the children in, and then you can close the handle right over them, and they instantly have some little bit of a work surface that they can play with.
What do you think?
Well, I'm very proud of the team. I think it's great.
Does this work for you?
Works for me great. Yeah. It's also beautiful. I mean, let's take it over to a local supermarket and see what they say.
Yeah, it works really well.
The cart's wheels turn 90 degrees so it can move sideways. No more lifting up the rear in a tight spot. And you shop in a totally different way.
Rather than taking your cart everywhere you go in the store, through a crowded store like this, much more efficient to take a small basket, rush around to where the particular shelves are, and come back and put them here, and treat this as like a center for your shopping.
And with a high-tech scanner, so that in the future you skip the checkout traffic jam.
Here's how you would scan an item. You reach over and pick up anything like the salad dressing, and I would scan it, and if I want to accept that item, I would just press plus and then drop it in my basket.
Because stores don't yet have those high-tech scanners the team designed, checking out today means doing it the old-fashioned way. But the bags are hung on hooks on the cart's frame. Remember, there is no basket here.
Why get rid of the big basket?
The basket is tyranny. The basket is tyranny because it's not really needed. If all your stuff ends up in bags, why need the basket in the first place?
Talk to me about theft.
There's no value in this cart without the basket because you can't carry anything in it. It's useless to anybody. You can't use it as a barbecue.
So it's not going to get stolen.
That's right.
So this also appeals to store owners then?
Yes.
I love it. I think it looks great.
At first, I was a little shocked, but I think you have some fantastic ideas here. It needs a little refining, but I think that it's great. I mean, we would want them.
It makes us feel great. And she also gave us some really good comments about how we can make this thing better.
Just wherever you are, look around. The only thing that's not designed by somebody like is nature. So the trees are not designed by us, but everything you see, every light fitting, every flower vase, every scale, every stand for fruit, everything is designed, has to go through this kind of process. And they can do a better or a worse job of innovating or improving, but everything is designed. It has to go through this process.
It wasn't this effortless, oh my God, so that's how it works thing that I saw there. It was actually hard work.
It's a lot of hard work. We all love it, so it doesn't look like it's hard work, but it's a lot of hours.
A lot of hours. Also, an open mind. A bald man's fresh ideas be quirky and clash with his. A belief that chaos can be constructive and teamwork. A great deal of teamwork. And these are the recipe for how innovation takes place. This is Jack Smith for Nightline in Palo Alto, California.
I'll be back with a brief update on our story in just a moment. Incidentally, the Nightline shopping cart won a silver award in the Industrial Design Excellence Awards, and there's talk now of developing it commercially. That's our report for tonight. I'm Ted Koppel in Washington. For all of us here at ABC News, good night.
So hope it was informative.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So this video is available on YouTube. You can search
Yes,
for
sir. Yes, sir.
IDEO deep dive, and you can go as many times. There are a lot of learning from this video about the process, about how do you make teams, about how do you conduct the idea generation session, how do you prototype, and lot many unsaid things are also explained. So one can try mimicking this kind of design studio in your university or whatever setup you are. If you find any difficulty, I can be available. And so any reflect on this video? Is there any question which came to your mind which we can take now?
Yes. So, any question from the video or any volunteer?
Any from the
You can
video or
unmute
otherwise?
yourself. Uh, yes, you can open your audio and video. Okay, link of the video there. Don't worry, I will be sharing that. But apart from that, any question or query that is coming to your mind, you can clear that out.
I'll copy. Shall I copy and send in the chat box?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Where is the chat box? Okay. So link I have pasted in the chat box. So I'll move to further, okay, on the presentation. So let me take you to my web page where I can introduce my startups. Are you able to see the screen?
Yes, sir. It's getting shared.
So here is my link to my website. I'll paste this also in the chat box. So one can contact me through here. Are you able to see my web page?
Yes, sir. It's visible.
So here are two startups which are mentioned on this link. Engineer Technologies Private Limited. How do I take you to the website? And HyperX Energy Private Limited. So if I go to Anshale and on Anchile.in. So are you able to see the Anchile's website?
Yes, sir.
So these are some products which we are developing, and a few of the products are in market.
Yes, so as such, this if someone wants to contribute or wants to get in touch, you can further contact sir and check the products.
Wait, yeah, I'll show the products. Yeah. So let me take you to Amazon. Amazon.in, and you type Heatomate. You'll see this product. This is product by our startup. This is a instant food heating as a arrangement. So it is a Heatomate disposable food heater, which is great to use as an alternative to gas stoves. We have, this is our product package, and these are 3 heating pouches which are there in this product. You can prepare your food anywhere. Okay, I'll stop sharing and share the video. Because in this Google Meet we have to share as a tab, no, for video.
Yes, sir. As a tab or as in entire screen also you can share or video. Yes, sir. You can share the tab particular tab.
Yeah, because just a minute. Just a minute. Are you able to see the link, YouTube link?
Yes, sir. It's available, visible.
So this was one of the product. Hope you understood what the product is. So if you are
Yes,
moving
sir.
or anywhere at a zone where you need warm food or pre-cooked food to be heated, this product heats it. 150 rupees may you get 3 such pouches. We can prepare 3 packets of Maggi on any hilltop. So next time when you are on a trek or a picnic, You can try this out. So this has got some response from defense also, and we are supplying to Indian Navy, and the otherwise products are available on internet. Yeah. From Amazon one can try it out. So likewise, we have another product. I'll go to share my screen again and take you to Amazon. Are you able to see Amazon?
Yes, sir, it's visible.
So the another product is called as H4O. So it is a TDS enhancing mineral drops. So we all will be using RO waters, no? These RO waters are deprived from essential minerals like calcium, magnesium, and potassium, for which if you go to doctors, they will give you mineral supplements. Taking tablets is little hard on your kidney. So in a better manner, you can add one drop of this product on your one glass of water. This will be sufficient enough. So we'll go and share the tab and show you a small video on this. So instead of Hetomate, I'll type H4O and we see this.
So I've got my essay written, and I've been working on it for about a week. So now I'm going to show you how I use Grammarly to edit.
Screen is visible, Priyaji?
Sir, the correct tab is not visible, YouTube tab. We can see the Amazon screen.
Oh, sorry. Just a minute. Yeah, is it visible now?
Yeah, it's visible.
Hi, hello, how?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So really a portfolio of very great products. Both the products are very nice and they are addressing the very challenging issues. They're addressing the challenging issues that are there.
Yeah. So like this, this company is working to develop further products.
Important issues.
Yeah, we are also working on further more products, which will come maybe next time when I present. There will be more products, and here I'll take you to another company called as hyperxenergy.com. So this is a company on making electric bikes. You are able to see HyperX website.
Yes, sir. Visible.
We are talking about advanced high power vehicles, and we are able to supply our batteries to some B2B partners, and we are in line to develop electric bikes. So safe battery packs are what we are making as of now. There are good sales as a startup, and this is our entire team which is working on this. Raman is a young entrepreneur from GGIPU. He has been with us, and we are team of faculties and experts supporting him. We have got some grants from government, and the journey is in progress. So these are some startups which I have been mentoring. Would you have some questions at this point? I can take it up, or I can again move to resume on my portfolio and show you some more.
Yes, anyone as of now, any doubt or any query? So it would be interesting to know how you finalize the design for these products.
See what happens now when you see this product coming on Amazon. There is not only product just made. Say heating element and chemical reaction is there from last many years. How do you optimize it to users' need is engineers' domain. So the team of experts like Harshit is the CEO of the company. He is a chemical scientist, but he would need it to package it in a right manner so that it can be used in right situation and the user is getting benefit from it. The entire graphic design, instructional drawings, ease of use of how do you operate it, cost wise also decision that what you can afford and what you cannot afford and still launch the product in market is all design decisions. So first of all we were thinking of making a can which can heat tea, but that was a costly expenditure because machine needs to be redesigned for that. No one was willing to put money in that in crores. So we resolved to make a packet which can be easily made at us as of now. Then there was like there were already some packets available. Then we had to work on chemical reaction again to have our IP, intellectual property different. Then we filed IP and protected it. And then we started moving in the market. So at first place, a lot of people said these are common things abroad. In India, we are just importing ideas and making it. But then we presented that we are different from anyone else in entire world, and no one is doing this at this cost. So we were able to make some mark and make some business. So every day we are getting some orders for Litomate, and H4O is picking up very nicely because H4O is like we were trying to find out why people are feeling lethargic and why they are ill. In villages also people used to be very strong earlier. But we found that everyone is now taking this RO waters because water table has gone bad and it is polluted. One cannot afford drinking the same water, they will spoil their health. So now RO water is there for solution, but RO water doesn't carry minerals. Your minerals are essential for your body, your all nervous system and all of the systems will start collapsing and start giving signals. So then we found that what could be done, should we add tablet in a bottle, should we add drop in a bottle, should we have a capsule in a bottle, so we fit it in the RO machine. Fitting it RO machine is a cost intensive process. Making a tablet is a medicine way, it will be difficult to get approvals. So making a drop and giving it to users so that they can add at their ease will make sense. Then we moved to users, they found that the taste is changing, someone appreciated, someone criticized, we took all the critics and like when you pack it and sell, then if it is handy in front of you in a finished manner, then you are convinced, yes, yes, this is a good product. You have to have FSCI certification, you have all these approvals in place. It was a long journey, it was not very easy that you think and the product is on Amazon. Then Amazon has its own protocols, rules, regulations, what can be sold, what cannot be sold, how it has to be sold. So we did all those things and the journey is on.
Yes, sir, quite interesting. I hope the students and the participants who have joined us today and want to go for who want to just have a who have a nice idea and want to realize it. They will be definitely motivated by seeing this and the entire process you have shown us. So and demonstrated us very well along with the YouTube demonstrations as well as your personal experience. So it will definitely be helpful for the young minds here present today with us.
Yeah, yeah. So I'm open to questions if there are.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes,
Sir,
yes.
I want to ask one question. Suppose we have created a unique design and we are filing a patent on the basis of that, and also we will launch the product. But at the time of launching of the product, maybe the design will be changed as we have filed in the patent. So, what is the possibility that we get the benefit of that design?
So
in the patent?
once you are filing a IP, no, design registration or patent, you defend a wide range. Whatever is your range which you have in mind
Yes.
of design change, 20% here and there, you defend all.
Okay.
If you are moving away from those 20% and deviation is there, file another one.
Okay, okay, sir.
So because it is for your safety that you have your patents and registrations, otherwise someone else may use your design and then they can claim that you have theft their idea.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
So therefore you can do another design registration. You will get provisional patent within week or two if you go
Yes,
through
yes.
an agency or a firm. So we are all doing that. Yes.
डॉक्टर साहब मटेरियल्स के बारे में आपने कहा था कुछ डिस्कशन हम लोग स्टूडेंट्स के साथ कर सकते हैं तो आपसे एक मेल एक्सपेक्ट करूंगा कि जो 2-3 मटेरियल्स के साथ किस तरह से हम अलग अलग वर्कशॉप्स करवा सकते हैं कि 2 दिन का डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ डिजाइन की तरफ से क्योंकि मेरे जैसे वो अमर वगैरह पूछ रहे थे एमडेस के स्टूडेंट्स बहुत मतलब इंतजार कर रहे हैं फिजिकल क्लासेस हो नहीं पा रहे हैं
नहीं
सो
तो
वी एक्सपेक्ट योर
मैं क्या
सपोर्ट
सोच सकता हूँ सर कि वेट ना करें हम लोग
जी
कि
जी
फिजिकल क्लास के बजाय ऑनलाइन में हम लोग स्टूडियो टाइप का एक्सरसाइज बनाते हैं
जी जी जी
we can work with clay, we can work with foam, we can
जी
work with HIPS. क्ले और
सर
HIPS से आप घर पे भी आराम से काम कर सकते हैं. फोम अभी सजेस्ट नहीं करूँगा
जी जी
क्योंकि घर में वो पॉल्यूट करेगा.
हाँ
और तो क्ले से पेपर से हम लोग मॉडल्स बना सकते हैं.
जी जी
तो एक पेपर का वर्कशॉप हो सकता है, एक क्ले का वर्कशॉप हो सकता है
जी
और एक इसका.
तो थोड़ा सा मुझे डेट और टाइमिंग वगैरह बता देंगे तो मैं उसके हिसाब से तैयार करके अप्रूवल ले लेता हूँ ठीक है
ठीक सर
ठीक है थैंक्स अ लॉट थैंक्स फॉर द सेशन
थैंक यू.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, HOD sir, for joining with us.
थैंक यू प्रिया थैंक
और
यू सर थैंक यू
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Rangrathan, sir. Joining.
ठीक. और कुछ सवाल है तो मैं ले सकता हूँ या थोड़ा और स्लाइड्स हैं शेयर करना चाहूँ तो कर सकता हूँ.
Sir, I think we
Pardon? Hello?
can move ahead with these slides.
Yes.
Okay.
हाँ जी. Yes, sir. I think we can move ahead with the slides.
ठीक है, मैं अपने और कुछ प्रोजेक्ट्स के इमेजेस दिखाता हूँ आपको. So you are able to see HyperX slide?
Yes, sir. It's visible.
So these are some projects which I did at IIT Delhi. This is a project sponsored by LG Electronics. So we designed I was a PI. We designed this water fitment for washing machines. No, how this fitment can be put in different kind of taps available. Sometimes it is in wash basin, sometimes it is near washing machine, and sometimes you have to make some jugaad to do that. So there was a lot of sketches done, and CAD models done, then plastic parts modeled, 3D printed prototypes, and then actual working models made and put it over there in the tab. This is a refreshable braille display device. So this product was already existing, but it was at very huge cost. So electronics engineers designed and improved on the components, while the components needed to be fitted in a new kind of box. So we designed the outer structure of this box and through a lot of user studies and all. This is a attachment which was designed for Indian style toilet seats to give you semi-squatting position. If you remember the movie of Irfan Khan and Deepika Padukone, Amitabh Bachchan, no? How do you get clear stomach if you put yourself in a squatting position? So some client came and we designed this system for them. This is the lighting design done at Chandni Chowk SBI. So we conceptualized how the light will be thrown, and then there was an electrical professor who decided on the components and the kind of lumens. So we did marking and measurement of the building, and then concept design of the lights, and then finally these lights are installed. If you happen to travel to Chandni Chowk area in evening, you'll find this lit up. This is a IIT Delhi sponsored project on designing of electric auto rickshaw. So how you take inspiration from nature and finally design a form. This is made modeled in Rhino-like software. It is called as Alias. This is a concept design for a foldable heel for a sandal, which you can use as a slipper and as well as a sandal. This is a toy design for learning of visually uh, disabled kids. There are some confidential projects. The Unnat Bharat Abhiyan logo was designed in our department under my supervision. This is Indian Institute of Information Technology, the Indraprasth Institute of Information Technology's logo. And bicycle stand design, prospectors design, and so on and so forth. So yes, with this I stop my presentation, and I look forward for further interaction if possible. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Sir,
Well,
for
sir,
every
really very great projects.
yes, sir, for every design that you show to us, have you taken sir IP for that, or it is not required?
Say if it is done by us for our own consumption, we take IP. But if a client has come and given us a project, we leave this discretion in their hand. If they want to protect IP, they can do that. Or if not, like logos and all are IP protected. Unnat Bharat Abhiyan logo is IP protected by government itself. So we designed and gave it to them. Triple IT logo is protected by Triple IT. Yeah. This LG Electronics IP is protected by LG Electronics. Refreshable braille display design device was designed for critical solutions, then IP is protected by them. Yes, because without IP protection, there is no business. Either you should have very huge muscle power, बहुत पैसा होना चाहिए. That if someone files a suit against you, you have lawyers kept to keep defending it. Or else you should simply go and protect yourself. It is a value, you have lands registration done, then the value of land is with you. So it is IP protection done, the IP of the product is with you. Yes, Sanjay ji, thank you very much, and thank you all for listening so patiently, asking questions also.
Yes, sir.
Hope I
So,
have not
sir,
spoiled.
hmm,
Hope I have not spoiled your around 2 hours.
definitely not, sir. It was a really different and unique session. We got to learn so much from you, and the real projects we got to see from you, and that are really very great. So, everything was superb. We would like to thank you for accepting our offer and joining us we are here for the session. And overall, it is a really very interesting and mind-boggling session for us. So I hope others are also feeling the same. Anyone from the audience? Yes, Venkata, do you want to add upon something? Anyone from the audience?
I think,
Okay, mm,
yeah.
yes, sir.
Thank you very much, and look forward. Thank you very much for this time of yours.
Yes, sir. Thanks a lot, sir. Looking forward to many more sessions with you, and hopefully the materials session that sir has told. That would be that workshop, the real time workshop for the students. That will be really good for them. so that they don't wait indefinitely for college to open. In this pandemic, this will be really helpful for them as well.
Sure, sure, sure.
Yes.
So these are all which year students? These are from DTU any branch, no?
So these are from varying branch, as well as we are having faculties here as well,
Okay,
and we have registrations from within and outside DTU. So many participants are also from outside DTU.
okay, okay. Fine, fine.
Yes,
Thank you
sir.
very much. Look forward. Look forward. Bye bye.
Yes, sir. Looking forward. Thanks a lot, sir.
Bye bye. I'll end from my side.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You may. Yes, to all the participants, I just quickly want to announce that we will be having our third session of the day, that is scheduled at 2:45 p.m. and it will be a 2 hour long session, and it will end at 4:45 p.m. sharp. And it is by Mr. Dhaval Gandhi, who is a senior designer at Walmart. And he is a mentor as well. So I request all to be present. It will be very interesting. It will be going to be a very interesting session for all of us. So I request you all to join at 2:40. Okay, so at 2:40 p.m. we'll all be syncing again for the concluding session of the day. Thank you all. So he will be delivering the talk on experimental mindset for innovation, and it will be a 2 hour session. First of all, I'll quickly like to introduce along with our audience. So Mr. Dhaval Gandhi is a designer with nearly 10 years of working experience and enjoys designing interfaces that make consumers happy and bring value to the business. His expertise span many areas: UX design and consulting on strategy for digital channels, digital products, and service design, information architecture, interaction design, user research, team and project leading, and business process redesign. He holds a master's in computer science from the University of Trento, Italy, before which he completed his bachelor's of engineering degree with an outstanding percentage. He deeply cares about making design decisions based on data-driven approaches and qualitative studies. Before Walmart, he has designed products and led design teams for Forbes, ThoughtSpot, Lending Cards, and Geo. He provides design mentorship to 200 plus people from more than 30 nationalists in his free time. He equally supports non-profit initiatives, namely ADP List and ABCD. He is here today with us to enlighten us with his profound knowledge. The discussion item for the expert talk is an experimental mindset for innovation. I would like to request Mr. Dhaval, sir, to start the session. Over to you, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Priya, for this introduction. Uh, I just want to start with hello. Hello, everyone. Namaste. I want to hear all of you, if possible.
Hello, sir.
So it will be a highly interactive session,
Yeah.
and we request we request responses from your end.
Yeah, I request all of you to come also on camera if possible. And I would like to start with a thank you note. So especially to Professor Priya for giving me this wonderful opportunity on presenting the mindset, which is really, really essential for innovation, right? The experimental mindset. I equally want to thank all of you, despite today's Pongal, Uttarayan, and also a lot of events today. All of you are able to make it for this event. So I'm really, really thankful to all of you. I know most of you are from DTU only, and this is my first session with DTU. I have done this earlier for other universities across India. So this is a really, a great experience for me as well to interact with all of you and exchange knowledge on innovation. Yeah, are we good?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thanks a lot, sir, for being here.
Right. So yeah, before we start, okay, I have one request. This is going to be an interactive session, as Professor Priya mentioned, right? And it's kind of knowledge exchange, meaning that there's nothing kind of a judgmental here, meaning that no one is going to judge you. I can assure you that Professor Priya will also not judge you. So you have to speak up, okay? You have to share your thoughts. You have to, share your experiences as well, right? The more you do, the better it becomes a kind of, learning experience for everyone. So I call it as a learning experience than anything else. And in a nutshell, that is what we are going to learn also as a part of today's session. Yeah. Are we good, everyone?
Yes, sir.
All right.
We request all to please open your webcams as sir suggested.
Yeah. If possible, you can come on camera, so it will be more interesting, and I will see, your face. Maybe, who knows, if I come to Delhi, I can meet many of you, right? I mean, that could be fun. All right. So let me share my screen. And as I mentioned, I will be asking a lot of questions to you. But I will also make sure that you learn something out of it. Yeah. Let me share my screen and let's begin. Let me know once you see the screen.
Yes, sir. Currently, we can't.
Is it visible now, Professor?
Not yet, sir.
Should I maybe retry?
Yes, sir. Once.
I don't see option of.
Okay, sir, can you please refresh your? Okay. Good, sir. Now it is visible. Okay, we can't see the presentation.
Yeah, it will come. Is it coming now? Can you see the presentation, Professor?
No, sir. No, sir.
Wait. Let me.
So, sir, no, sir. You can restart. Uh,
Yeah.
Sir, please rejoin once.
Okay. Let me do that.
Yes, Dhaval, sir. Yes, you can try now. Maybe you can, if you're comfortable, you can click on the and sharing the entire screen or a particular window.
Is it visible, Professor? Can you see my screen?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's visible.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Fine. Yes, sir. Good to go.
What we do today, and as I mentioned earlier, we're going to have this entire session as a kind of a learning session, and also it will be more interactive, right? So what we are going to do discuss today, next 2 hours, we are going to discuss the experimental mindset for innovation. Before we, get into the innovation and experimental mindset, what I want to do, I want all of you, all of you to see this video and come back. Yeah. I'll share this
Sir, we can
link.
play it here also. You can play it. It will be audible as well to all.
Thought like it might create some problem.
No problem, sir. We have done so.
Right here itself.
And yes, again, we encourage you to open your webcams. Please do so.
So this is going to be like a 50-second video. I want all of you to see this, and then I want to hear your opinion as well. Not 1 minute, but 2 minutes.
Yes, sir. We can maximize as well this video.
Basically a lawnmower with leather trim, but it was a start, right? Welcome to the Museum of Artifacts. The first mass-produced car in America, the Oldsmobile, was basically a lawnmower with leather trim, but it was a start, right? Welcome to the Museum of Artifacts that made America, and the story of an automobile innovation that made driving safer for everyone, everywhere. At the beginning of the 20th century, the American car industry was just getting started. You didn't even need a driver's license, and safety features were pretty much non-existent. But in 1902, Alabama businesswoman Mary Anderson had an idea that would change that forever. During a visit to New York, Mary traveled across the city in a streetcar, a bit like a modern-day tram, with snow falling fast. She noticed that the driver had to exit his vehicle every few blocks to manually clear the windshield of ice and snow. What if he could do that without leaving the comfort of his seat? Back home in Alabama, Mary sketched out a blueprint for a revolutionary hand-operated window cleaning device. It gave the driver access to a lever inside the vehicle that controlled a rubber wiper on the outside. She had a prototype made up, and in 1903 was granted a patent for her ingenious invention. But to be honest, when she took the idea to manufacturers, they put the brakes on, claiming windshield wipers had no commercial value, a rejection that her great-great-niece would later put down to sexism. A few decades later, when the car industry really took off, windshield wipers, based on Mary's design, came as standard. Sadly, by then, Mary's patent had expired, meaning she never made a penny from her invention. But she was always a self-starter and became a successful property developer and rancher instead. Today, almost every vehicle on the planet comes equipped with windshield wipers. And that's why we think Mary Anderson's invention deserves its place in the Museum of Artifacts that made America.
Right. I want to hear all of your thoughts.
Yes, thoughts from the audience.
What are your thoughts about this video? Again, there's nothing wrong, nothing right. Yeah, no one is going to judge you.
Sir,
I want to hear your.
Sir, myself Fahad from Software Engineering Department, MTech. Sir, the video basically talks about one point is invention, and secondly, it talks about the female bias also.
Okay.
So first of all, it talks about the invention of car wipers, windshield wipers of the car.
Right.
Earlier, there were no windshield wipers, and there is a woman, Mary Anderson. She came up with the idea of windshield wipers.
Correct.
But then she took the patent for that, but the patent was kind of not accepted by the companies that time. But later, when the modern cars were invented, the same pattern of wiper was used, but the patent was expired till then, and she was not able to make a penny from that.
Correct. I want to ask this question, specific question to all of you. Okay, what was the interesting moment? Why Mary Anderson thought that this could be an idea? What was the problem here? What was the pain?
So basically, observation and problem solving approach.
Observation and problem solving approach.
Basically, she understood about the problems what the driver was facing.
Correct. So a driver has to come out just to clean ice. Yeah, and just imagine, the problem. The driver has to come out, so it's kind of he or she has to face that wind, heavy wind, right? At the same time, people sitting inside will equally face problem, right? So it's a kind of empathy, right? I mean, I'm sure you must have understood the concept of empathy in both of these days.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So that's about understanding the core problem, and not ignoring this as a common problem, but solving for it, right? And she did it, and you see these days, this entire innovation is being used like literally in any car, that we see in the world. Yeah. So a small idea can lead to a big innovation. That's the key message that we get from here. Yeah. Are we good, everyone?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Now I want to hear from you a little bit more. What is innovation for you? So we have seen, a slide, which is about, we have seen this video. Now I want to hear a little bit more from you. Like, what is innovation for you? I'll start typing also while you speak.
So can I answer?
Yes.
So, sir, innovation, according to me, is like solving a problem in a different approach than currently employed by others.
Yeah, that's wonderful. May I know your name? Please share your
So
name.
myself, Harsh Sharma, second year software engineering student.
That's great. Wonderful. Thank you for sharing it. What else? What is innovation for you? What comes to your mind when you think of innovation?
Anything new.
Anything new. That's wonderful. Okay. What else? Hey guys, it's absolutely fine. Feel free to share your thoughts. No one is going to judge you.
Yes, please.
What is innovation?
Observing anything keenly.
Anything creative.
By the observing.
By observing. That's wonderful. May I know your name?
So John T.
Wonderful, John. Thank you for sharing it. Anything creative by observing, or anything kind of creation by doing some observation. That's also wonderful. What else? I need at least 7 more thoughts, guys. Speak up. This is just the beginning of this session, so you're gonna see a lot of questions, a lot of engagement.
A new idea to solve a problem.
New idea, solve a problem. That's wonderful. May I know your name?
Sir, Vinay Kumar Pradhan.
Vinay Kumar.
From design department.
Nice. Thank you.
Sir, finding the best solution at the present moment.
Best solution. Present moment or context, right?
Yes.
Please share your name.
Omkar.
That's wonderful. Thank you.
So thinking out of the box.
Thinking out of the box. Wonderful. Who is this?
Mohammad Amar, sir, Design Department, Masters.
Wonderful, Mama. Thank you for sharing this thought. What else? What comes to your mind when you think of innovation?
Sir, improving an existing invention. Like invention is something new discovery, and innovation is some improving, observing that and improving that invention in some way helpful to the people.
Invention. Yeah. That's wonderful. What else?
Sir, invention by observation, innovation.
Or innovation by observation. That's wonderful. May I know your name, please? What else? Last thought, and then we jump into the next slide. What is innovation? What comes to your mind when you think of innovation?
Sir, getting more than what we need.
What we need. Wonderful. If you look at this, these are like really, great thoughts that all of you have about innovation. Let's learn a little bit more, about innovation. Have you seen this? Or have you heard of this? Or maybe
Yes,
have
sir. Yeah,
read
something
about
called
this?
Google.
Yes, sir.
Google Glasses. Anyone can tell whether it was a success or failure?
Sir,
So it was a failure.
Okay. It was a
Yes.
failure. Okay. What was the reason? Can anyone share? Anything that you know, feel free to share. Why it failed? I mean, literally, it was a big innovation, right? It was by Google. As simple as that, right? What was the potential reason?
So I think Google couldn't tell the consumers why they needed the product. What was the purpose?
The purpose of product, right? Why it was needed? Yeah.
Sir, it also didn't work the way it was planned.
Can you
And,
elaborate?
sir, actually, a small part was if you will look at something or some object or anything, it will show data or whatever related to that subject.
Correct.
But in real life, subject really comes in a billion ways, and actually didn't work that way.
Correct. That's wonderful. Good thought. What else? What was the fundamental reason why it did not work?
Maybe people didn't have any problem with that. Like they didn't want any type of solution for any existing problem.
That is absolutely true. They don't need this solution because most of the things that it does, basically you can do with mobile. As simple as that, right? There's no.
Sir, Google said that it is a glasses, but it doesn't look like a sunglasses or a specs. It looks a new kind of a device which confused people.
That could be a potential reason. Correct.
So maybe the user experience overall with the product is not as satisfactory.
Okay.
Make it go mainstream.
Bang on. That's a bang on. Okay. Now I give you all of you a scenario. Okay. I give all of you a scenario. Your friend, your best friend from college. Okay. He's wearing this glass. Okay. And he's having a coffee with you. Okay. Let's say in CCD. What is your feeling? If someone is wearing this Google specs, yeah, and discussing with you, what would you perceive?
Sir, maybe he or she is looking like a cyborg, like different from others.
They look ugly.
Different from others, or what else? What else?
Maybe, sir, he
So
is trying to
he or
gather
she
some of our
focus.
data.
Get some of our
Data and personal things.
That's the bang on. That's the main point. See, it's a kind of a threat to our privacy, right? Yeah. And that's where, perhaps even though if it's from your friend, right? Essentially, you might feel like he or she might be taking your data, personal data. And that was a fundamental reason that many studies have found that why Google Glass failed. Yeah. It was not very well anticipated by the customer base, right? It was like, marketed a lot as a very big innovative technology. This project was really, like kind of shown as a very big project. And of course it was big, but it did not work out. Yeah. Let's see another example. Can anyone tell me what is this and whether it was a success or failure?
That's a segue.
Segue. Okay. Was it successful or a failure?
Sir, it was a failure because when it launched actually a lot of rich people tried, but they weirdly they just fall down, and it was a very bad impression. It was.
I mean, there are two aspects to look at it. This we did this as a part of our MBA case study. So, from a technological perspective, the Segway was a big success because the technology used in Segway was also used to make good wheelchairs for people with different walking issues.
Disabilities. Correct.
But from a commercial perspective, it was a mass failure because of the reason just mentioned, that most people just could not figure out what to do with it. So
Okay,
it did become
that's one of the main reason. What else?
The other, but it did become famous as a part of mall security and other
security
areas.
aspect.
But it was not a very big commercial success. But we have seen applications of segways in places like tourism, and people are doing it. So it's a mix and match.
Yeah,
That's what I would say.
If you look at like back in 2001, the way the Segway was marketed, the way the investment happened, the way the production happened, also, right? It was like it did not work out somehow, right, as expected on that time. And there are many reasons, and many studies have also conveyed that countries like Singapore or European countries, right? People were not even aware of the fundamental thing like where to drive, as simple as that. And of course, it has some functional issues wherein people were not able to even use it properly. People were falling down as well. Like these were like a lot of issues that they recognize, at later stage. But it was like after production of this big product. Yeah.
I mean, aren't we facing a similar problem with motorized scooters? Because do we classify them as scooters or do we classify them as electric vehicles? Is another issue. So Segway fell into that particular trap.
Correct. That's a very valid point. And somehow, it was kind of a confusion for the end user as well. Like, where to use and how to use. That was a fundamental problem. Though it was a kind of a really good from the tech perspective. It was a big innovation, certainly, but it did not work out very well. Yeah. Now it's time for us to define innovation. Okay, so what is innovation? All of you have shared amazing thoughts, right? And I know all of them are really valid. But in a nutshell, if you say, innovation is a journey towards creating value. And, when we think of innovation, sometimes we think of a bulb, a lightning bulb, right? And that's not the innovation. That's just an idea, right? An idea becomes innovation when we do a real work and when we have that product in place for our end user, right? And that's where we can add value for the end user. So it's a journey towards value creation. That's a kind of definition that you can think of about innovation. And these values are, it can be social, it can be commercial, it can be combination of both, right? Like if you look at in Second World War, printing press, that was an innovation on that time, right? And that was a very strong social innovation because it was building social moments. Yeah. In fact, for India also, it was the same before independence. Similarly, we do see so many innovations happening, from different areas, from drone to AR, VR to, mobile apps for even, ordering food. All of these are kind of commercial innovation. And certainly there are various innovations which can be a combination of both. Okay. Now, there is a kind of, like a thought of building it versus experimenting it. Yeah. And that's where we will learn and we'll see some of the examples also, like, it's not about just building it. It's about, having an experimental mindset and trying and testing whether it is going to work in the market or not, right? And to get a kind of an idea, like whether it solves the purpose or not. Yeah. And honestly, the core part of the innovation is learning. Yeah. You experiment, you learn, you move on. And if you see most of the innovations around us, most of the innovations, yeah, they are incremental in nature. We'll see more details on these points. Let me go to the next slide. What is incremental innovation? Okay, let me show you a trimmer. Now, I would like to, ask especially, boys, yeah, did you face any problem with trimmer? And what was the problem?
Charging issue.
Sorry, charging issue. That's wonderful.
The blades got heated after some time.
The blade got heated after some time. That's a
So
second
when the
issue.
energy is not enough in the battery, then it's suddenly stuck with the beard and it give a lot of pain.
Correct.
It gets stuck.
It gets stuck. That's the best point. Yeah. And you know what? When you think of innovation, like as I mentioned, most of the innovations that we see are kind of incremental in nature, right? And we do see new trimmers which comes with better charging option and also of course fast charging option. But essentially, these are kind of incremental innovations that we have. Also, there is an indicator of charging as well. Yeah, I mean, literally, it is very hard if you look at like if you have a little bit old, trimmer from Philips. It does not have even indication. Like it does not even convey that the battery is going to die. Yeah, but now with the new incremental innovations, you get to see that in the existing or the new models that various companies have launched. Yeah. Moving to the next point, there was a point about shifting focus from building to experimental mindset. Why it is essential? Let me show you an example. Okay, and you'd be perhaps laughing on this example, but these are like real products. What if you just focus on building? What can happen? Yeah, there is this product. It's called Baby Mop. Have you seen this product?
Yes, sir.
No, sir, it was.
Sir, in a
No.
meme, I actually saw this.
Yeah. So this is a kind of a product that you can get if you just focus on building. Let me show you. Just present another product. Have you seen or have you got a chance to see this product anywhere, or maybe learnt about this product in some case studies? This is ice cream cone, so that you don't have to move around with the ice cream. It will automatically move. Yeah. Let me share another product. This is pet shower curtain. Okay. So in a nutshell, what I'm trying to convey with this point, like it's not just about building, right? You need to have an experimental mindset. Whatever you're going to build, it needs to be tested. Your assumptions will be always there. When you build something, there will be some sort of assumptions, right? You need to validate these assumptions before you go to the market, right? Otherwise, there are higher chances of failure. Yeah, that's the key message they wanted to, give with this. Right. Now I have again a question. Why company wants to innovate? I want to hear from all of you, okay? Not from few people.
Sir,
Why
to
wants to innovate?
lead a trend.
Lead a trend. That's wonderful. What else?
They want to expand their business.
And so saturation in the previous products.
Okay.
So they want their users to stick to their products and not get bored.
Sir, to make a monopolistic product to earn more money.
To increase USP of their company.
To keep up with the changing market needs.
One by one. I need to type. Yeah.
Scalability.
Yeah. Let's go slow.
User wants always an advancement in product.
User wants
So to keep their users keep using their products.
using products.
Sir, to match up with the current technological advancements.
So to reach a wider market.
Right.
So to get improved products.
To reach wider market, right?
Yes, sir.
To attract users.
Can I say new users? Yeah.
Yes.
To stand out of all the companies.
Can you say it again, please? I was not able to hear you. Sorry.
Yes, Priyanshu, you may say again.
Yes, like to stand out of all other companies, to become more unique.
Wonderful. I mean, those are really, great thoughts. And again, somewhat similar thoughts that I have as well. There are main three reasons, right? There is a huge shift in customers' preference, right? Like if you look at like in context of India also, right? Like these days, literally you have an app, from state government to book bus, right? I mean, that can be a kind of showcases, the people are really having a big shift in terms of their preferences. No one wants to go and book a ticket to a bus station, right? Similarly, we see various examples, right? Like Redbus, Trivago, and many more. And in just travel domain itself, right? And that shows us like the shifting of customer preference is really huge, right? It keeps happening, yeah, and it's always kind of happening all over the place, yeah. The second reason is like, and as some of you have mentioned also about this, right? Emerging new competitors as well, right? I give you an example, and maybe you might have heard of this company called NJ Mutual Funds, yeah. It used to have 25% of the stake in India, and that's some kind of a user base that they used to have. And right now, if you see, many apps have come in picture, like Paytm, Grow, ET Money, and you just name it, right? And literally, they have literally growth of these apps is kind of tremendous. Yeah, the share of the user base has decreased for NJ Mutual Fund because they never considered these new competitors as threat, or maybe they were not even able to compete with them. Yeah, that mindset was not there at all. Maybe there might be a kind of assumption that people will stick with us and people will not go to another platform, but that does not happen because, like, for example, Paytm gives you amazing experience of purchasing mutual fund, right? So that sort of thing does not come with the typical platforms like NJ Mutual Fund. Yeah. The third, which is again, many of you talk about that as well, like emerging tech. Tech is always changing, right? And literally, it's all about trend and how you adapt to that trend. We see these days like a lot of talk and also various products also going on. The virtual AR experience. You might see the real use cases as well, right? Like for example, for specs, Lenskart has done amazing virtual trying. Yeah. Similarly, for clothes, you get to see the same experience like virtual try on Zkit. And there are various examples of this. So there are three main reasons. Of course, there are many more than this, but main reasons: shifting customer preference, emerging new competitor, right? You have to stand in the market. Otherwise, yeah, you will not be there also in the market. And the third point, which is emerging tech. Yeah. If you look at, I mentioned explicitly, innovation is a kind of a journey. It's not a kind of an activity. Yeah. And that's where there are four critical things that happens. Yeah. It's ideally starts with idea, then problem, then solution, and then business model. Let's look at each of these four in detail. Yeah. And we'll be seeing a lot of examples and also we'll be discussing on the same. Yeah. Let me start with idea. So yeah, idea can come from anywhere, right? Like literally, when we just discuss about what is innovation, many of you have mentioned that it starts from observation. Yeah, P&G. Hardly we can find any Kirana store without P&G product, right? They started with the living program many years back. So what they used to do, they used to go to customers' home. They used to observe them how people use different products, like even washing powder. And then they used to understand like, okay, where the problems are. So it's a power of observation. Yeah. The second thing is high tech. These days, I remember, and maybe most of you also know that there was a kind of a big change in terms of drone policies from government of India, right? And now this drone technology can be used for many purposes, starting from delivery or medical emergency, etc. Right? Endless uses. So high tech. Third, understand user pains. I'll be showing one video also on that. Toothbrush for kids. Okay, we'll see this in some time. There are also like additional ways that we can get this, signals essentially about, like what can be an innovation or what can be an idea, what can be a kind of something that can really add value to the end user, right? And of course, market trends, conferences, networking, or there are many ideation techniques also which helps you come up with various ideas. So essentially, an idea is idea can come from anywhere. But as I mentioned, just lightening this bulb is not enough. Yeah. Innovation is a journey, and idea is just a beginning. Now let me share this video with all of you. Yeah, and this is more for, I'm sure many of you would have seen this, or maybe I can play here itself, if it is working properly.
Yes, sir, we can try.
Yeah, we can try. Let me know if it does not work properly. So. Sorry, I don't have paid account of YouTube, so. Okay.
Now you decide.
I think so. You can click on enable audio. Yeah, it's coming.
It is coming, right?
Music in your pocket. What? 100 songs, 1,000 songs, 500 songs, somewhere between 500 and 1,000 songs right in your pocket because I can't stand looking at that inexplicable Walkman anymore. You're carrying around a brick playing cassette tape. We're not savages, so I'm going to put 1,000 songs in your pocket.
Can do that.
Mm-hmm. You want to watch from backstage?
So, have you watched this video, Leo? Anyone?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what it conveys to you?
So I think how people get ideas, how easy it, how they observe and how they think, and they get ideas to create new products.
That's perfectly fine. What else? Any other thoughts?
Basically, he was having an idea and he saw the problem that people were suffering from. So he presented his idea in front of that girl.
More like a marketing.
So how to create products that people don't know that they need.
Correct. That's a very valid point. See, sometimes people don't know what they need as well, right? And that's where Steve Jobs has explicitly mentioned that if you ask people, they might not be aware of what they want, but when they experience it, they may realize, okay, how can I live without this product? Yeah. This video is from Steve Jobs' movie only, and certainly if you see, he's talking to his daughter, yeah, Lisa, and that's where he says that this bulky Walkman should not be there, yeah, and ideally we can have all these songs in a smaller device. That's how he pitched it, yeah. So let's move to the next one. The second step is about problem. You need to nail the problem. Now, what does it really mean? You need to understand your users deeply. Yeah. When it comes to understanding your users, not only about what they need, but equally you need to understand what are their frustrations, what are their motivations, what they do in their day-to-day life. Yeah. And of course, essentially, you need to crack a piece what they want. Yeah. And that's where you need to get clarity on what is the core problem. Yeah. You need to look at your customer's need from job to be done perspective. I will show you another video and you'll get a better idea like how it matters. Yeah. I mean, this is an amazing example of, like how Oral-B went with a proposal to IDEO. IDEO is one of the, most famous leading design institute or studio in Bay Area, and how they innovated this entire product, right? So let's look at this video now.
About 10 years ago, we got approached by one of the largest oral healthcare companies in America, a company you've probably heard of called Oral-B. And they said, look, we'd like a new kid's toothbrush because this is starting to get commoditized. It looks like a lot of kids' toothbrushes out there, and you can't have that. We want to be special, right? So we say, okay, we'll do this. We want to go out in the field and do some field research. I'm not sure about that. Like, it's not rocket science. We're talking about kids brushing their teeth, how hard it can be, right? They like this fooling around. This observation process, because we think almost always you can spot opportunities. And so we go out and we're on like the first day of observations and we make a small discovery. Small discovery we make is that every kid's toothbrush in the history of the world has had the same implicit assumption. It's a logical assumption, it just isn't exactly right, which is The assumption always was parents have big hands, kids have small hands. And so when you want to make the kids' version, make it like the parents' brush, only smaller and skinnier. Perfectly logical until you go out in the field, until you actually watch humans, little tiny humans, brushing their teeth. And what you notice right away, you get a 5-year-old boy brushing his teeth. He's not holding his toothbrush in his fingertips the way mom and dad do. He's fisting it. He's holding it like this because he doesn't have the dexterity. He doesn't have the fine motor controls that his parents have. And so he's got to hold it like this. In fact, the other thing he does is he holds the brush too far up very frequently until he's punching himself in the face as he's trying to brush his teeth. And we solved that problem too. But the main thing was, came back in the field and said, oh, kids don't need little skinny toothbrushes. Kids need big fat toothbrushes, right? Let's make them big fat squishy toothbrushes. And you may have noticed now every toothbrush company in the world makes these, but our client reports that after we made that little tiny discovery out in the field, sitting in a bathroom watching a 5-year-old boy brush his teeth, they selling kids toothbrush in the world for 18 months. So when you think about power, when you think about, credibility, if you could go out in the field and do that observation and come up with that finding, and your company, your organization was the best in its field for 18 months afterwards, would that be worth it? I think that would be worth it. And so that's this message about things like a traveler, be an anthropologist, use your powers of observation, have that part of your brain turned up as high as you can all along.
Yeah, so essentially the message here that you see is like innovation begins with an I. That's the key mantra of IDEO. Any thoughts on this? Have you seen this video earlier? Anyone? This is first time?
Sir, first time.
First time, sir.
First time, sir.
How was your experience of looking at this video? What is your learning?
So
how it actually got innovated.
Let's
so
go
how
one by one.
how important is it to conduct user research before actually implementing the idea?
Correct. Importance of the user research. Okay. What else?
So we got an insight into the design process, or a small part of it.
Yeah, that's valid. What else?
So how innovation used to increase our business.
Correct. So definitely there is a huge advantage if you properly do research and if it can directly embed to the business model. Yeah. All right, moving to the next. So yeah, we've talked about the idea, about the problem. Yeah. And now let's talk about the solution, third component. Idea, problem, solution. Yeah. This is a kind of the craziest part. Yeah. Whatever research insights that you get, whatever the business problem that you get, whatever the idea you get, you need to do some activities in getting a right solution. Yeah. What are these activities essentially? Ideally, it starts with exploring multiple solutions. Yeah. There are various methods on that. We'll see some of them as well. You might have heard of Crazy 8, Mashup, and so on, like literally brainstorming, body storming, so many methods that exist that helps you essentially explore multiple solutions. Yeah. You can also build wireframes, you can prototype, you can create MVP, test it out in the market, get feedback, etc. Yeah. But at the same time, whenever you have a lot of solutions, you have to equally identify the assumptions. Yeah. How do you identify these assumptions? You have to just think a little bit in advance, in future. What if you launch this product and if it fails? What are the potential reasons why it can fail? You start thinking on that direction, you will immediately start identifying the assumptions. Yeah. And of course, you can prioritize this assumption with the quadrant of certainty and impact. The third aspect in nailing the solution is you have to validate your solution and your assumptions. Yeah. How do you do that? Of course, many of you might be aware of these methods, like usability testing, focus groups. And of course, there are data-driven validation techniques as well, right? Like A/B testing, heat maps, analytics. So many techniques out there. But in nutshell, you need to validate your assumption. Yeah. Let me, share this video. Again, this is a pretty small video, but it helps you understand like how you can get a lot of ideas in limited time. Yeah, and one of the method is like mashup. This is again from IDEO. Yeah, let's look at this video. Just 1 minute video.
When people think of ways to ideate, they usually jump straight to brainstorming. But there are lots of other methods.
There is nothing like a mashup to get ridiculous ideas flowing. This method is about bringing odd or unexpected things together to spark fresh ideas. For example, when designing a more human-centered care experience for a hospital project, we did a hospital and a hotel mashup. Some great stuff emerged, like putting mini bars in hospital rooms filled with healthy food for patients and their families. When trying this yourself, work hard to think outside of your industry. Create a list for each side of the mashup and then cross-pollinate them to see what you get.
This is one of the technique which helps you ideate essentially, and yeah, you can ideate a lot of solutions. Yeah. Let me show. So there are 3 components, as I mentioned, when it comes to nailing solution. First is about exploring multiple solutions. Second is about identifying assumptions, whether, which are the assumption. And third is about testing solution. I want to share this video, and believe me, this video will help you understand also like how you can test your assumption and also solution with the end user. Yeah. This is going to be a little bit lengthy video, but believe me, it is worth watching it. Yeah. I hope you might not have seen this video earlier, but let's see.
You created a business. Now, create videos for your business easily and instantly with Vimeo Create. Video to help you.
So, Amelia, thank you very much for being here for this usability test today. We're planning a brand new website for kids, and we'd like your help. For your help today, I've got a special present for you after we finish. You'll get it when we're done. And this shouldn't take more than about 30 minutes. If you need to take a break at any time, just let me know and we can take a break, okay?
Okay.
Before we begin, I'd like to ask you a few questions. First, how often do you go online?
Every day.
Every day. Okay. What websites do you go to?
DTU.
And what's your favorite website?
PBS Kids.
Oh, so there's more than one website you like? Does mom and daddy let you go online anytime you want?
Not anytime.
Oh, okay. So when do you get to go online?
Mommy says yes, I can. If she says no, I can't.
Oh, okay. This pen will be your mouse. Why don't you take it in? Great. If you want to click on something, just tap on it with your pen. So what do you think about this website?
It's great.
It's great. What's great about it?
Like the word.
What do you think you can do from here?
I can do games, coloring pages, and videos.
Great. Okay. Thank you. But I want you to remember that you came here to find pages to coloring. Okay? All right. So that's what I'd like you to do is find some pages to coloring. What would you do?
I could click on here.
Great. Okay. Well, when you click on there, it takes you to a page like this. Is this what you expected?
Yes.
What do you think you can do from here?
I can click on the button.
And what would that do?
Take you to coloring pages.
Okay, what would you want to click on? Triceratops?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yes. You like all of them?
Yeah.
Okay, great. So Let's go to the kitty one, okay? So that brings you to this stage. Is this what you expected? What do you think you can do from here?
We can color like this.
Oh, okay, great. So let's try that again. You touched over here first, right?
Mm-hmm.
Can you do that again? Let's do it very slowly. Click on yellow. Now let me give you a yellow marker now. There you go. And you click, where would you do next?
Then I can
You click there. Okay. You click there. This will become yellow. And that would become yellow. Like that?
Yes.
Okay. What else would you do? Now, is this the best cat picture there is?
Wait.
I clicked on blue, then what? Right.
It's one more thing.
Go to the background. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Great.
I can press the print button.
What do you think would happen then?
I can print it.
Oh, great. And so you click on print, and does it just come out of the paper, or does anything else happen? Come out of
It
print?
comes out the printer.
Okay, does it ask you any more questions before that happens?
This?
Click in here.
It tells you which printer.
Oh, okay, great. Did you notice these over here?
Yes.
What do you think happens over there?
We get to another page.
Can you show me how you would do that? Okay. Do you think are these all the kitty pages?
Yeah, look here.
Oh, what would that bring you to?
Another page of coloring pages.
Can we try that out?
Mm-hmm.
Show me how you would do it. That would bring you here. Thank you.
I like that one.
You like that one? So the picture is big enough for you to see what you like?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That brings you here.
Now I'm going to click on things and I'll color.
Okay. Your favorite thing about coloring online is what?
I love looking at the toolbox.
You look what kind of tools do you like doing online?
Here's my favorite bucket and spray can and crayon and Lego and stuff.
What's your favorite one?
The sprinkles.
The sprinkles. That sounds like a lot of fun. Wow. What's better? Is Nick Jr. better or is this better?
This.
Why is this better?
Because it looks fun.
Oh, does Nick Jr. have sprinkles and that stuff on it?
Yes.
It does? But sprinkles make it more fun, right? Okay. Which one do you think is easier, this website or Nick Jr.?
This website.
This website. And what could we do to make it better?
Add tools.
Add tools, right. Is there anything else I should know about it?
No.
No? Well, you've been fantastic. Thank you so much. And I'm going to get you your present, okay?
Yeah. How was your experience of watching this video? Did anyone see this video, Leo?
No, sir.
No, sir.
Anyone? Okay. How was your experience? What is your learning out of this video?
So it helps us, prove our assumptions about the user, I guess. Some things we assume about the user, but there are certain things that are completely wrong or completely different.
Correct. We need to validate our assumptions. Also the way the person has started greeting, and at the end he thanked the participant, right? All this matters when you test any product with the end user, right? Any other thoughts anyone wants to share before we go to the next slide?
So I think this process, this whole user process, that research process that the person conducted, will, after the website is launched, it will help. The engagement rate would be much higher than if he didn't conduct the research.
Correct. So when you test your product at early stage, even before the development happens, of course it reduces chances of failure, and at the same time it increases the engagement. You have absolutely pointed correctly. Yeah, thank you for sharing that. What else? Anyone else wants to share thought on this?
So, like the girl colored the background as well, and it was not anticipated. So, on some new requirements will rise also. So, we'll
Correct.
encounter some new use cases as well.
Correct. So essentially, you're going to learn something new, right? And which you would not have predicted or not assumed also. Yeah, that can also come up. That's very valid point. All right, let's move to the next one. So we completed three part: idea, the problem space, the solution, and now it's a mapping with the right business model. There are various techniques for that as well. Like there's a wow test, payment test. You might have seen sometimes like there are websites which offers beta product, and you can book that product also at early stage. So all that falls under this business model. But I'll not go too detail in this because I want to cover additional points on mindset part. So let's go to the next slide immediately. And here we are going to look at the guiding principles for experimental mindset, and each and every guiding principle, what I want from all of you also to share your thoughts also. Okay, these are like not so-called steps or processes. It is just a guiding principle. It can apply, it cannot apply. You have to see, you have to identify, you have to experience. Yeah, and maybe that's then afterwards you can put your reasoning behind it. Yeah. Let's look at 5 guiding principles for the experimental mindset. So the first one is about focus on customer. Yeah, if we don't really focus on customer's need or the problem or what really they are having as an issue, certainly there are higher chances that we end up building a wrong product, which maybe it can be an innovation as simple as Segway or a Google Glasses, but it is of no use. Yeah, this is one point. I want at least 5 different products from you to understand this aspect. Like maybe it can be failure or success, but I want to hear some thoughts on this. How focus on customer can help, or in case if it has not been done, what can happen? Focus on customer.
So if the customer likes the product, besides our own marketing strategy, the customer will also, talk about the product with his or her friends and families in a
Correct.
personal manner, which increases the chances of other people also using our product.
May I know your name, please?
Sir, Arpan Biswas from
Okay.
Design.
This is wonderful thought, right? So what Arpan is saying is like, your end user becomes your brand ambassador. Yeah, you don't have to do a lot of marketing. In fact, people will do word of mouth for you. Yeah, if your product is really, really great. That's wonderful.
Access of the product.
Sorry, say it again.
Access of the product.
Can you elaborate that point?
Uh,
Access of the product, right?
Yes, how the product is delivered to the consumer, in how many ways or through which means we can get that.
Correct.
Sir, sometimes creators provide a lot than the need, which sometimes customers just need the solution of the problem. They don't need any type of complexity in that. They just want a simpler one. So yeah, a designer sometimes creates more than the need, which puts the customer into a great dilemma.
Correct, correct. That's also a very valid point, and that's where it's very hard, sometimes to identify whether it's a need or want. Yeah.
Yeah, the best example is the WhatsApp and the hike.
Yeah.
Why hike failed and WhatsApp succeeded?
Or can we name it also GeoChat?
Yeah, yes.
We do have so many examples for that. Yeah, that's correct. Excess part is also something interesting, like someone mentioned just now. Yeah. And if you look at like the way technology evolves, right? As we discussed also earlier, the preferences also changes, right, for consumer as well. Like few years back, literally, we are not using digital payment as we use right now. Yeah. Many of you might be using Paytm or Google Pay or Phone Pay, other products, right?
Hello, Vishwas, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I think there's some network issue from Sir's end.
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
he's
He's
connecting
frozen.
again. Yeah, he's connecting again.
Yeah. Hello, everyone. Sorry, there was some issue with my electricity, and it has gone. Maybe because of Uttarayan here in Gujarat. So, yeah. But yeah, coming back to the point, let me just share again. Uh, am I audible, Professor?
Yes, sir, you're audible. You're audible.
So we were discussing about focus on customer, and one point came in about the access part and also the preferences. As we all know, like we were not using any sort of digital payments like maybe 5 years back, but these days, perhaps in many cases we don't even keep cash with us, right? I mean, we literally use all digital ways to pay, even be it a kirana store or even a Panwala also keeps a digital payment option in Bangalore that you see. You would be surprised to see. Yeah. So essentially, we have to literally focus on the customer's needs, and also at the same time, from product perspective, we have to equally evolve. Yeah. We have to be with the trend. We have to understand the needs, and as it constantly changing, we have to support the same. Yeah. There are times wherein you would not see a lot of payment option also, and people used to afraid of ordering on some of the e-commerce portals as well, and the reasons were kind of maybe they do not provide all payment option, or they don't really trust the brand. So essentially, focusing on customers need is really one of the guiding principle to have the experimental mindset. Yeah. Yeah, you have to be curious and open. And again, I'm keeping these images for your reference, like to help you understand like what this guiding principle mean. Yeah. Like we looked at this video wherein the idea team did a kind of observational study, and they identified, right, like the kids were having problem utilizing the small brush, and they were literally hitting their mouth. Yeah. And that was not really flexible, and how they came up with the a better version of brush for the kids, and it was successful. So I would like again all of you to share some example here, like what do you think, like what could fit here, like in being curious and open.
So I would say, as Oral B told IDEO in the video, that they can just start directly, designing the product. But how like idea was curious and open to the idea of actually going out in the real world and see how humans were interacting with the toothbrush. So
Correct.
that part was very important, and that is, I think, what means to be curious and open.
Mhm. That's valid. What
Sir,
else?
addressing the fears of the consumers.
Yeah. I've got internet back. I'm just trying to connect. But yeah, anyways, yeah. Addressing customers.
Fears. So like
Fear.
mother, sorry, Country Delight Milk gives testing packets for their milk
Correct,
in
correct.
the first few deliveries, so
Mhm.
that the consumer is more satisfied or assured of the quality.
Correct, correct. So at least people build a kind of trust after they, experience it, right? So that's
Yes,
where
sir.
it really works. Wonderful. Thank you for sharing it. Any other example?
So to keep experimenting,
To keep experimenting. That's wonderful. To keep experimenting. Yeah. What else?
because we don't know what the user likes or what the user will like in the later on.
There's one saying, and maybe it can help all of you literally while you learn design or innovation or be it in even development field. Our assumption does not matter. This has been said by Pete Leja, who is a founder of Conversion Excel, and literally that's where this point is really really valid. Thank you for sharing it. We need to check with the end user. Yeah, and of course we have to be open for receiving feedback, even though if it is critical, it's fine. It helps us prevent a failure. Yeah, so it's a big thing. What else? Any other examples? What it means to, what it means, to you when you think of being curious and open.
Sir, to attract consumers.
To attract consumers. What else?
So, if I can say, be curious and open not just applies to consumers but also to yourself. The best ideas come when you actually listen to what is being around you and you sort of experiment with that.
That's also
So
a valid point.
that is my take on being be curious and open.
See, it's a more from like a personal angle wherein being curious helps you observe things, gives you opportunity to see things in different perspective. You become also more adaptive to nature where you observe, right? So ultimately you get a lot of opportunities where you can innovate. That's absolutely valid. Thank you for
So
sharing.
apart from product, services should be also like for example,
Yeah.
like companies like Toyota.
May I know your name?
Anything, sorry, sir.
Manthan, yeah, please go on.
So my name is Amar. So I was saying, for example, like companies like Toyota, they not only provide good cars, but apart from that, they even provide services like insurance, assurance, and several other kagzi thing. So that basically gives customer a new option, and that's why they are still the number one company in automotive industry.
Correct, correct. So it's not just about product. Very valid point. This is not just applicable to the physical or digital products, but certainly it is applicable to services and processes as well. Yeah,
Yes, sir.
makes sense. Any other points here on being?
Sometimes a lot of silly experiments or inventions could lead to a serious and a very nice invention.
Yeah, can you share example if you have any?
Yeah, so just give me a minute.
Yeah.
So X-ray.
X-ray. Sorry, I was not able to hear
It's an
you.
accidental invention.
No, I'm not asking. I'm not
So the
actually
invention
telling
of
the
Coca-Cola.
accidental inventions. I'm actually
So
talking
I
about.
think the invention of the microwave can be in terms of an accidental invention because the people working on that technology were doing it from a perspective of using it for the military.
Correct.
But then they found out their food was getting heated up and the chocolates were melting. So that's how the microwave came into being.
That's a good one. Microwave. Yeah, thank you for sharing. Actually, I was not aware of that as well. Yeah. See, this is why I call this as learning session, right? I mean,
One more example, actually, it was designed that Burj Al Arab Foundation, that is in
Mhm.
Dubai, was actually inspired from a toy, which was a silly toy.
Interesting. Okay.
So
It's
even
interesting.
Harley
Yeah,
Davidson, they used to make racing bikes, and when World War occurs, they started manufacturing commercial bikes to beat Indiana.
Yeah, somewhat similar story as Rolls-Royce, right? I mean, they were
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
building, jet engines, but then now we see cars and so many other services from Rolls-Royce as well. Yeah, good one. Cool. Let's move to the third point. Failure is natural, part of innovation, and what matters is like how do you work hard to making it happen. Yeah, and literally, many quotes that you might have seen from Elon Musk, and also from his SpaceX experiments as well, right? I mean, literally, there was a time when it was not going well, right? Like in 2016, the rocket was not landing at appropriate position, and it failed multiple times. Yeah, so failure is a natural part of innovation. Any thoughts on this? I mean, this is going to be an interesting space because this we have not discussed this part. This is equally a mindset, like when you start of
Can
innovation, thinking of innovation, most of the times people start thinking about success, and that's where it is fundamentally wrong. It's about experiment, and an experiment have both results. It can be a success or it can be fail, but ultimately, you need to consider failure as learning, and you have to move with that. Yeah. Open for all of you to share your thoughts on this.
So can it be portrayed as it depends upon the belief system, to there is a belief in an idea that this idea could work, though it's taking some time, but these failures can lead to some new part of the innovation, new part of the idea which was not previously touched. For example, sir, Nikola Tesla, when he was working for that tower, he basically developed that the energy which is been around in this world can be used to transfer free electricity. For that purpose, he went to for JP Morgan, and that's the rest is history, sir. So belief system, I guess, that
That's
can
good.
lead to new dimensions to the idea.
Correct, correct. So even though there might be failure, but you get a new dimension altogether to your idea. That's absolutely valid. Do you know any product which has failed and then they're coming back? Any recent example, guys?
So Nokia, they are trying to come in there.
They're trying to coming back. What else? Google Glasses is also trying hard to come back. Google Glasses is also trying hard to come back.
So I
What
wouldn't
else?
just say Google Glass. I would say the entire smart glass industry is trying to come back
Correct.
with them coming with smart speakers, and even Titan Eye has come out with something similar now.
Correct, correct,
So
correct.
the whole industry is trying now.
Yeah, it's a kind of a big shift, and also now the market is equally ready. So we are seeing a lot of innovation happening in that space. That's absolutely right. Any other thoughts? Any other example? Failure, natural part of
Mr.
innovation.
Gandhi,
Yes.
this is Arunopal Thakur from the Department of Design. When you
Sorry,
say
what was
market is ready, would it be more proper to say that the technology and the ecosystem was not ready for things like Google Glass at the time they
No,
came up?
not exactly. For Google Glass, it was a fundamental problem, right? As we discussed earlier. But in this case, right now, I'm saying about in general, right now, the way things are happening, like people are more receptive, and also they are now accepting this sort of technology as well. So it's kind of there are a lot of innovations are happening in the same space, right? Like Titan Eye, someone just mentioned, right? Like they launched recently a glass with a speaker here, yeah, which was not there earlier. But these things are coming up and emerging, from
So
various.
even Ray-Ban launched with Facebook. They did a collaboration.
Aha, okay, that's wonderful.
And that was a retake on the Snapchat glasses that were launched by Snapchat a while back, and people were not ready for it. So, yeah.
Okay.
So I think sometimes products are launched way ahead of their time, and something like short form video, which is very popular now. But Vine had launched back in 2010 that time, and now with TikTok, it's actually booming.
Correct,
So
correct.
sometimes the timing matters.
Correct. See, there are so many stories around this concept as well, right? Like whether the market is ready or not. And if you see, there were kind of variation of sort of iPad, but not we can't call it as iPad, but kind of tablets, right? And Xerox company and other IBM, they tried their best to have it, but none of them worked, and they were like 10 years ahead of what we got as an iPad, from Steve Jobs. So, but yeah, essentially that also plays a big role, right? Like whether the market is ready or not to adapt a new solution or innovation. Any other points here?
So sometime company actually sell the, like they actually have a plan creating a problem in future so that they can sell their solution, and keeping that thing in their mind, they actually do something which they are ready for.
I'm not getting it. Maybe can you share one example?
Like, sir,
I think what he's trying to explain is the planned obsolescence, which is done by Apple and Samsung, that every few years you're forced to upgrade to a phone because the phone is obsolete.
Yeah.
So I think that was what he was trying to get at.
Okay, got it. Yeah, that's a kind of a company level policy. We don't know. We can just assume. Yeah.
So also how we convince the consumer that they actually need this product in a good manner, or if the consumer doesn't feel that he or she does not need the product, then it will never be successful.
Can you say it again?
So how we present the product to the consumer, like how to convince the consumer that they actually need this product.
The various
Sometimes,
yeah. Please go on.
so sometimes many products might just fail because it's not enough. They did not do enough to convince the consumer that they need
Correct.
this.
Yeah, I know one of the story and related to this only because it has happened to one of my friend only. He built an amazing accounting product, okay, which was way better than Tele, okay. Like in case if you know accounting, like when you want to create a sort of invoice, for example, if you onboard yourself on Tele and you want to create an invoice, it usually takes nearly 12 minutes of time, but when you want to do the same operation in my friend's product, essentially it was taking just merely 3 minutes, and from all means, from user experience point of view, from the entire product package, the services that they were offering, etc., they were really strong enough. But there are always a set of factors which plays equally a bigger role, in getting consumers onboarded with your product. There has to be a marketing, there has to be awareness. Also, at the same time, people don't want to move their data also, right, from one product to another product. It's a kind of a big blocker, and especially with the new player. So there are so many variables which plays equally a big role in making sure that the new things kind of gets adapted in the market. Not like every innovation gets embedded immediately. Like we saw first video itself, right, about windshield wiper, and then now we see that as a part of each and every car. But when she proposed that idea, no one took it actually. Yeah, and now it is there available in each and every car. So that happens. Yeah. All right. Moving to the fourth point, avoiding assumption that like you have all knowledge. This is equally a critical point. Any points on this? Let me put this to all of you, okay? And this is going to be an engaging again exercise. What if I give you a handlebar, a sort of handlebar, okay? Lots of pipes and wheel. What will you build?
so
You have
can you
handlebar,
please repeat?
you have handlebar, you have wheels, and you have pedals as well, okay? And pipes. What do you build?
Sir, bicycle.
Bicycle. What else?
Trolley, sir.
Trolleys. That's wonderful. What else? Think hard. There's
Shopping,
no word.
a kind of a bucket cart.
Shopping cart. Bicycle, wheelchair, shopping cart. A tricycle for kid maybe, or even Segway also. There can be so many things which you can build with this sort of hardware. Now, fundamentally, no one really asked me like who is the end user, right? And that's where we usually keep a lot of assumptions, and that's what we discussed also earlier, right? We need to avoid assuming that we have all knowledge. We need to understand who the users are, what are their concerns, what are their problems, and that's where as much as we avoid or as much as we identify what are our assumption, that should be really great. Yeah, and believe me, when we work with any company or a team, people don't really like a know-it-all people. So always good to avoid this like I have all knowledge status. Yeah. Last,
To have a beginner's mindset to any problem.
to anyone, not a beginner's mindset. Everyone, literally everyone. This is applicable for everyone. Yeah. Okay. Last but not least, the experiment. You need to do it for learning. Like and all of you must have seen this quote. Like I have failed, and I have just found 10,000 ways that won't work. And this is a famous quote from Thomas Alva Edison. So essentially, this experimental mindset helps you learn in a nutshell, and that's where it makes huge difference in your way of work. Yeah. So yeah, that's all I have to share with all of you. And what we learned today is like we looked at what is innovation, why companies do innovation, the process of innovation, like idea, problem, solution, and the business model, and then this guiding principle, 5 guiding principles. What I'm going to do now, I'll be sharing a link of this presentation, so all of you, can access this any given time. Whenever you want to access this knowledge, you can access it. This is a sort of I mean, I'm a designer, so I prepared this entire presentation in Figma. Yeah, I have forgotten completely usage of PPT. So yeah, with just a single link, you can access this presentation any given time. And in case in future, if you have any needs, any support, if you need any mentorship, you need, feel free to reach out to me as well. And yeah, I'm sharing my LinkedIn profile link as well here, so you can connect with me. And yeah, I will be more than happy to support all of you. Yeah. Any question before we close? Professor Priya?
Sir, I couldn't understand why Google Glasses failed.
Oh, there are so many reasons actually, Vishwas. And many studies shows that one of the fundamental reason is like the privacy issue.
Sir, but the same thing, you can do it with AirPods. You can record the audio.
That is absolutely true. I mean, these days, I mean, we do have so many technologies which are there, and this is not I'm saying actually. This is like the studies are saying like why Google Glass have failed. And there are many reasons also. And one of the reason is like people can perceive that someone is getting your data and it's upfront.
Yes, sir.
So this is one of the reasons. I'm not saying this is the only reason.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, Vishwas.
Sir, actually, a lot of physical psychologies actually play a role in these cases. Like when Amazon Echo, that AI system launched, they actually tried to put the female voice, not the male voice, just because that everyone could feel safe in a matter of security. So yeah, so visually, Google Glass actually look like something that someone is getting a data of us. Yeah. So
no, absolutely valid, Omkar.
Sir, this year Apple is also planning to launch their eyeglasses.
Yeah, Apple is also trying. There are many other companies also doing
So
this.
it also depends on how the company creates an image of itself and how the consumer will trust the company. So if it's launched by say Apple, there are more people who might trust the company with their data.
Correct. That's absolutely right. Like
be a successful product.
Sorry. For sure. Let me answer that. And that's an interesting approach also, like why many people buy iPhone also. And
Yes, sir.
this is fundamental reason, like privacy. Like I know like Apple is really better in terms of privacy compared to Google. And that's my perception as a consumer. Yeah.
So can this be a reason because back then there was not much of internet
Not
access
really,
to
not
a
really,
lot
not
of people?
really. Like if you look at their advancements happening from Apple side, even now literally they're doing it everywhere. Like for example, in Safari, you get to see like who is tracking you and for which mediums. I
Yes,
mean,
sir.
this data you cannot expect from companies like Google or Microsoft. Yeah.
Yes.
So they
So
are really
also,
respecting privacy. I mean, that's the kind of a vision that they have, and they do it. Yeah.
also the privacy issue in AR VR is it's not only our online data but also the biometrics, and it has to track our eyes and our fingers, and there's a lot of more data that goes into it.
Correct. So I tell you a very great example, okay, and I will not name the company where I have worked for. Um, so we were designing a sort of chatbot, okay, and a kind of a chat application similar to let's say WhatsApp. Mm. Now the fundamental question is like, why do we need any other chat application, right? And all of you can think about it, but yeah, we were working on it, and you know, for sake of making it successful product, there were kind of a times wherein there were kind of games also like, okay, if you play this game, you will you will have a chance to meet Mr. Amitabh Bachchan. People can get onboarded for playing, game for one time to win a chance to meet Amitabh Bachchan. Yeah, but certainly they cannot hook the end user just by these marketing gimmicks. Yeah. So in nutshell, it has to have a value proposition for the end user, and then and only then, the users are going to be hooked to your product. Yeah, and it's very difficult. It's very difficult.
Hello, Dhavalji.
Yes, Narendra ji.
I'm Professor Narendra Kumar from DTU.
Hello, sir.
So one thing, thank you very much for your very nice presentation, and that particularly those 5 points. So one more thing I would like to add, that sometimes government policies also decide that which the product is more popular. Like PTM became more popular after Notebandi.
Correct. That's a very valid point.
We met, he's our student, that PTM owner. So I met him. So he was telling that $1 billion per month transaction is being done now. Before Notebandi, these small shop owner, nobody was using PTM, or neither they wanted to use nor they were using. So that is also one thing.
No, that's a very valid point, Professor. And ultimately, I mean, we do see now, new policies coming in for drones as well, right? Like recently, government came up with new policies, and so many startup is really focusing hard to get some innovation out for Indian market and also for other markets as well. But yes, it definitely plays big role. Yes.
Yeah. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor.
Any questions from the audience? Yes.
Also, any critical feedback for me also, I'm also a learner. As I mentioned earlier, this is going to be a learning session. In case if you have any suggestion, any critical feedback that, hey, Dhawal, this was not good, feel free to share. Okay, I'm going to learn from you.
We are also learners, all faculty members, we also learn from students many things. So
yes.
In each class, sometimes students ask, then we go through those things and then we learn in this process. Yeah.
Okay, dear sir, thank you for the great session. My name is Robin. I'm an architect and pursuing MDes in product design. So, dear sir, what's your thought on like design process fatigue, like how to improve? As we experienced, being designer is a 24/7 engagement and being very active and observant. And as you talk about curious and being very open, and seeing most of the great designers are very curious and active. Just a thought. And the second question is like with the advancement in the digital and virtual technology and ill impact it's giving and then or might give it to the coming rural, especially to rural community or people from low income group with less awareness. Uh, but we as a designer or people associated to R&D department has access to data and forecasting. So we as a young designer should participate in or some platform where we may have access to so that we don't make we can create some awareness.
That's a very valid point, Robin. And so one of the fintech company where I worked also, the focus was completely on tier 2, tier 3 cities. And literally we had to visit these places to understand them. It was not at all same segment, their requirement, their expectations. I can tell you one insight which we have got, and you would be like, you'll be pleased. Okay.
Yes,
So
sir. Yeah, please share.
from tier 2 and tier 3 city, and I belong to tier 3 city, by the way. Yeah.
I'm from Manipur, sir. A small town.
That's great. So people from tier 3 cities and tier 2 cities, yeah, they prefer English language, even though sometimes they don't know or sometimes they have difficulty in understanding. It is a status quo for them. Now, this insight was very, very crucial for us because we were planning on that time to change our entire product to have multiple languages, especially because our target source segment was from tier 2 and tier 3 city. But when we connected with a lot of people, that's where we realized like, okay, it's not about a language issue. They don't want to really, use that. And the same experiment was done by my professor, Professor Antonella Dianjali. She designed India's first ATM machine with ICICI Bank. And she also discovered the same. Though we have multiple languages in ATM machine, many people prefer using English. So these are like cultural traits as well, which, we can only understand when we go on the ground. Yeah. Very valid point, Robin.
And about that on the design process fatigue, like or long tedious design. So how?
Honestly, the way we learn in our academia, I did my master's also in HCA, right? We definitely get a lot of time for research and testing, but that does not happen in the same way in industry. Yeah, you have a precise objective, and you have definitely a limited time to execute a lot of stuff. So always there are two aspects which are always critical when it comes to industry. Yeah, first is your objective, and second is your timeline. Yeah. And on the basis of that, you basically take a call. Yeah. My electricity has gone again, but yeah, I'll just turn off my camera for some time. So yeah, on the basis of this, you prioritize your process. Sometimes you don't get enough research time also. Not every time it is possible to do research. Let me, clearly call out this because I don't want to create a kind of a wrong impression of, following the entire process. Sometimes in real world also, you don't get enough time for testing as well. In many times, I'm a part of also one of the startups where I worked earlier. Yeah, we had to do entire mobile application in a month's time, and we had to launch. Now, in a month's time, I cannot do even testing. We launched it, and then we realized like, okay, there was a big blunder which we made. So that also happens. But yeah, again, it depends on also like the awareness of design also in the organization, right? And sometimes it's a designer's duty to make it happen as well. We need to make sure that people understand design and they value design as well. I hope I
okay,
answered
sir.
the question.
Yeah, thank you, sir, for the great insight.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, any more insight?
Oh yeah, yes, sir. Sir, in earlier video we saw that a person was getting feedback from a young girl, right?
Yeah, from kid.
Yeah, so he was trying to compete with Nick Jr. And Nick Jr. is like a worldwide name, known name, right? So how can he, like he's just starting, like we will just be starting, right?
There are
How will we
definitely
compete with such a
yeah.
big companies, such big
See,
companies?
that's a very valid point, and sometimes that's where we see magical stuff. Especially from startups, right? Even though there are very very big organizations that exist, right? But believe me, you can read articles on this, and you will find the same thing. it's very, very difficult for big organization to innovate because there are always some processes in place, rules in place. They cannot break rules and do experiments, and there are a lot of challenges in any big organization. Yeah. Whereas if you look at the startup world, right, their entire focus is completely on this. They build something, they launch, they see, and they move on with the learning. So eventually they become very, very strong. Like look at all the startup that has emerged in India already, right? They were they were not in fact there like few years back, but now they are like big billion companies like Zomato. If you look at even Paytm, all of these are really, really great example. And that's where it's just, of course, the product has to evolve. You have to give a proper offering, and maybe you might have to give even 10x better offering than your competitor also. That can also happen. But certainly the experimental mindset or the learning mindset helps you grow.
So
Yes,
you
sir.
just
Thank you,
mentioned
sir.
about the big companies and their need for innovation. But don't you think that most of the bigger companies, they get stuck in that loop of that same stagnant type of product,
Yeah.
and
That's what I'm saying,
they fail to
Venkata.
innovate?
Yeah.
And
That's what I'm saying. So big companies really, really struggle a lot to innovate. And their mindset is not lean, right? It's always a sort of process oriented. So that's what I mentioned, Venkata.
Sir,
Yeah.
sir,
Vishal?
what's your opinion on most of our startups being a copycat of American large giants?
Very controversial question, actually, but um,
And I have
yeah, I
also
mean,
heard that even the investors want that our startup should be a copy of them. They want.
see, let me give you an example. Okay, let me give you an example. Okay, um, Toyota is a Japanese company, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, when Toyota wants to launch a car in India, would they launch the same car here in India, or they would modify?
They would modify.
Is it copycat or it is leveraging?
It is
Meaning that what I'm trying to convey is like, even though they try to put something in new context, right? Sometimes it happens that they might use some existing expertise. For example, their engine would be more or less same, maybe their overall structure might be same, but they might have to adapt to Indian requirements, right? Similarly, like any other car like General Motors, they have to launch a car in India. They cannot go with the left-hand driving. They have to have right-hand driving here in India. Otherwise, it may fail, right? So I would say like it's always not about copycat, but perhaps leveraging the existing capability and launch it here. That might be uh, the main message, maybe. But yeah, that's how I look at it.
Sir,
Did I
what
answer?
is the thought process behind changing logos of companies?
Oh, wow, that's a very tricky question again, Viswas. Thank you for asking this. Yeah, and there is a kind of a field called branding, and maybe it's more about brand experience altogether. Not only we see changing only logo, but also we see companies changing their name as well, like Facebook did recently. Now they are Meta. Yeah, and there is a fundamental reason behind it, and the foundation behind it. It's like building a right set of perception, and there are a lot of people usually work on that exercise, identifying what kind of perception that they want to build and how do they convey with different artifacts, so be it a logo, color scheme, etc. Yeah. So yes, that happens, and nowadays we see also brand name is also changing. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
So I'm a design student at DTU, and I'm planning to do my majors in interaction design. And since you did your master's in human computer interaction, so can you give some insights about the industry right now, and how is it as a field?
Yeah, that's a very good question. So, Arpan, if you look at right now in India, there's a lot of need of good designers. And honestly, uh, when I was hiring for my earlier organizations as well, we were struggling a lot to find a right designer or a good designer. It's very hard to find quality designers right now in Indian context. So there's a massive opportunity out there for sure for good designers. Yeah, and again, people fall in this trap of UI, UX, and all. But usually, if you become kind of a designer who cares just about the problem and then identifying best possible solution, be it wireframe, be it visual design, or even beyond that also what you can do. If people go in that approach, they get tremendous growth in India itself. They don't have to even go outside as well. Considering masters, I believe like if you have that advantage of age and all stuff, definitely masters can be done. But even though if you do masters, it's not something that gives an age. What gives an age in industry, especially for design, is like what you have done, what impact you have brought to the table. Yeah, and that's where it makes huge difference between you and others, especially when the interview process takes place. I have a dedicated video on this, especially on how you build your portfolio for job hunting. And I truly believe that there are two perspectives. One is like you hunt for the job, or let job hunt for you. Yeah, I mean, if you look at my resume, I have changed so many jobs actually, which is bad for sure. It was my young blood, which was always looking for growth, but I was getting these job opportunities, from different companies. So that's why I was changing it. And every time I had a good opportunity in my hand. What I'm trying to convey is like there are opportunities out there, but yeah, you have to define your way, whether you want to hunt for the job or the job should hunt for you. Yeah.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Hello.
Yes.
Yeah, I am Professor Ranganath from Department of Design. I'm heading the Department of Design at DTU.
Hello, Professor.
Yeah, very nice to listen the world's experience from you. And really, today, due to Priya, again, I was able to connect with you people. In between, there was some disturbance. And session was very nice. Highly motivational, and my students in Department of Design, many of them, they were discussing with you, including Robin and Ammar. Thank you very much for your responses. For your kind information, we have a Bachelor of Design with 5 specializations, mainly interaction design, product design, communication design, and we have added fashion design and film design. In masters right now we have 3 specializations: product design, again interaction design, visual communication. Again we have added transportation and service design and lifestyle accessories design. They will be commencing from the coming semester. Apart from this, we have nearly 15 research scholars working with the department.
Wow.
So I welcome you to the department anytime. And if your details are available with Priya or Sanjay, I will collect from them and I will contact you again. Thank you very much.
Definitely, sir. I will be sharing that.
Okay.
Sure, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Ranganathan, sir.
God bless you. Thank you very much. Namaskar.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, madam. प्रोफेसर रुचिका, इट्स वंडरफुल प्रोग्राम. 2 दिन आपने जो आपने मैजिक किया है मेरे स्टूडेंट्स से, जो मतलब एक एनवायरनमेंट क्रिएट किया डीटीयू में, रियली इट्स वंडरफुल एंड आई मतलब फ्रॉम बॉटम ऑफ माय हार्ट आई थैंक यू.
And thank you so much, sir, for staying with us for 2 days, sparing your valuable time and being there for 2 days.
My best wishes to you.
Thank
All
you,
of your programs. God bless you.
Madam Ruchika, my hearty congratulations to you, Professor A. Trivedi, and Sanjay Patidar ji, Priya, and your whole team for conducting this 2 days work so very successfully.
Thank you, sir, and thank you very much, sir, for being there with us for 2 days. You were, there in all the sessions.
Yeah, I got registered. I thought that I was interested that I will attend some session if found interesting, but I attended all the sessions.
Yes,
and
sir.
I found all the sessions very interesting.
And it's also
Thank
very
you.
motivating for the students also, sir, being so much busy in your job and being a teacher also, and then
Yeah.
also you were able to spare some time and
Yeah, in
attend
spite
all the
of my
sessions.
busy schedule, I could attend
Yes,
this
sir.
one. I attended all the sessions.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. Thanks a lot, sir. I would like Ruchika ma'am to present vote of thanks. Yes, ma'am. Our HOD ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Priya. I'll just summarize the session. I think Sanjay will proceed towards presenting vote of thanks. Respected deans, HODs, and faculty members, students, dear participants, thank you all for attending all the sessions. It's the last session, and still we have around 120 students with us. Yesterday, we were having around 250 participants. Thanks to all the speakers. I personally attended all the sessions, and they were really very informative, very interactive. And this is something Narendra sir will agree with me that we will take with us, that the sessions were really interactive, and the speakers made a special effort in presenting, in such a nice way that all the students were there asking questions and interacting with them. So thank you, especially both Sanjay and Priya, for excellently coordinating the sessions. And thank you, students, for being there with us for 2 days. We'll soon come with such another workshop and inform you. Thank you all.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you, Sanjay. You
I-
can
Yeah.
present the vote
Yes,
of-
sir. Sir, please present vote of thanks.
Yes, very good afternoon, everyone, to the one and all present here. Professor Ruchika Malhotra, head of the department, Professor Asutosh Tiwari, Dean IRD, and Professor Ranganath, HOD, Department of Design, Professor Narendra Kumar, Dean Discipline, all the Dean, HODs, eminent speaker of the workshop, faculty member, research scholar, and all my dear students and all the participants. It is my great honor to get the opportunity to deliver the vote of thanks to the dignitaries on behalf of the organizing committee, Department of Software Engineering, Delhi Technological University. On this occasion, my first and foremost gratitude and thanks are due to the Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor J.P. Seni. In his absence, I would like to extend my gratitude and thanks to him for supporting this event. He always been motivating all the events at the department. My great thanks to Professor Asutosh Trivedi, Dean Industrial Research and Development, to take out their time, busy schedule, and grace the occasion, and continuously guiding us in each and every endeavor of the department for his humble presence in the workshop. I would like to take this opportunity to thank him for his motivation and support in the event. I special thanks to Professor Ruchika Malhotra, ma'am, head of the department Software Engineering and Associate Dean Industrial Research and Development, who organized this wonderful workshop even in this pandemic situation, and give immense support to make the webinar workshop successful. Once again, thanks, ma'am, for your valuable and constant guiding and support, for encouraging and motivating us in planning the workshop and inspiring us in organizing the event effortlessly, without which this event would not be surfaced. Looking forward to organize many such event in the department for the betterment of the student and in general. I also like to thank Dr. Girish Kumar, Chief Executive Officer, DTU IF, for his valuable support and guidance. I want to thanks to all the speakers who accepted the invite and made the time from their busy schedule to come forward and teach us valuable lessons and open our mind to explore the world through the design thinking. I thankful to Professor Ganesh and Prabhu, Dr. Sumer Singh, Dr. V.K. Arora, Mr. Dhaval S. Gandhi, Mr. Ashish Jain, Mr. Rahul Pandey. All are the speakers of our 2-day session. So I heartily thanks to all of you for sparing your valuable time and sharing your views on this important topic. I would especially thanks to my co-coordinator, Ms. Priya Singh, Assistant Professor in Software Engineering Department, for her continuous effort for organizing this event. It was the joint success for whole Software Engineering Department to host such a fantastic event. So I would also like to give special thanks to Student Coordinator for helping us to achieve this event without any difficulty. Akansh from second year for managing the live streaming, Amardeep from the second year, Ayush and Anshul and Asim third year to maintain the smooth functioning of the event in the background, and looking forward to you with work you again. So I congratulate all the participants for their active participation. Thank you everyone once again for making it great success. Thank you.
And thank you, Sanjay.
Yes, thank you, madam.
Yes, sir. Thanks, Ruchika ma'am. I would like to thank you. I would like to extend the this thank you session by saying thanks to you for encouraging us organize and coordinate such event. I would be delighted to conduct such more beautiful workshops in future. Thanks, special thanks to Dhaval sir who is present here with us. The our speaker from the last session, and I would like to personally thank all the student coordinators who are working day and night in making this a success. So thank you. Looking forward to connecting many more events like this. So with this note, I would like to conclude the event. Thanks a lot.
Thank you all.
Thank you so much.
Thanks everyone present here. Yes, so one more time I'm making the announcement. If in case you miss filling the attendance come recommendation form, please fill it.